breaks out in the Agora as well, and the European Research Executive Agency, which works to support the EU's research and innovation policy. Don't forget to check all of that out, while over in the Riverside, on the other side, you can meet those EIT Award finalists and also more members of the KICS as well.
And I'm sure all of you are armed with your mobile phones, and we want you to interact, get involved. Do so online using the hashtag Innovate, and you can also vote, which is always fun, on the EIT Final Public Award winner. Simply scan the QR codes on your badges and cast your votes before 4 p.m. this afternoon. There are places to vote all around this building, so please go ahead and do that, and we'll announce the winners later on. We also have a graphic recorder, Joyce Van Kerkhove, over here in the corner. And she is going to be doing something really remarkable and very fun. She'll be putting the ideas that we're sharing here on stage into pictures, words, illustrations, graphics to sum up our sessions, and the camera will show her design after every panel that we have.
Yes, indeed. Some of you have spotted yourselves already up there on the screen, so we'll be watching out for that throughout the day. The agenda will start with some opening remarks, and then we will have our panel speeches and our keynotes throughout the day. We're going to take stock as well of where the EIT stands, some of its achievements, challenges, and opportunities.
And our first panel is on the theme of educate. We will look at the skills needed to tackle future challenges in the context of the technological revolution driven by AI and other deep tech areas. We'll highlight the role played by initiatives like the EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative, strengthening education and closing the skills gap. And we'll discuss the current programs or measures that are in place to enhance deep tech and entrepreneurial skills with a special focus on inclusivity.
After lunch, our second panel of the day will centre around the need to innovate. Panellists will highlight areas where European water, marine and maritime ecosystems are currently under pressure the most, a problem that we see worldwide. And we're going to explore the role of innovation and entrepreneurial education in preserving water as a valuable, essential resource for the health, the well-being and the livelihoods of European citizens. And you're going to hear about inspiring, innovative, real-world, practical examples of new technologies and breakthroughs that are happening on the ground that could offer us the solutions to the challenges of the future.
And finally, the last panel of the day is the Accelerate panel, right after the coffee break, in which we will zoom in on the current needs and challenges of the innovation ecosystem when it comes to business creation and startups. We're going to highlight the role of the EIT in strengthening ventures across Europe, including the support offered for women entrepreneurs. And we'll discuss the current business creation programs or measures in place that help reduce the innovation gap between European member states by scaling innovation and budding businesses to the next level. Jennifer, over to you.
Well, that's quite enough from us, so we'll go to the formal opening, of course, from the chair of the EIT Governing Board. Please welcome to the stage Nektarios Tavernarakis. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. I hope you can hear me. Dear Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining us today. As the chair of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology Governing Board, I have the pleasure of opening this exciting whole-day event. Following the success of the 2022 Summit, we are even more ambitious this year. A very special welcome also from my side to our distinguished speakers, and of course also to the large audience here in the room, but also to those following our live stream. Today's summit brings together the entire EIT ecosystem, which I'm very proud to say is Europe's largest innovation network. Today, we have a great opportunity to be inspired by our esteemed speakers, like Vice President Schinas and Bertrand Piccard, to discover the EIT community in action and learn more about our unique approach to boosting innovation. The EIT was created in 2008 with the goal of powering innovation and entrepreneurship by connecting the dots between education, research, and business. Our success lies precisely in this unique approach. We have brought something new and unseen to the European innovation landscape and have created a connected pan-European innovation ecosystem. I've had the honor of being on the EIT Governing Board since 2020 and as its chair since 2022. Now, given that my mandate comes to an end this summer, I would like to take some time and share some reflections on how I've seen the EIT evolve and grow over the past 4 years. As a scientist, a university professor, and a leader of a research institution in Greece, I was drawn to the EIT because of its focus on breaking down barriers to spur innovation and nurture collaboration across sectors and borders. Let's start with looking at the success factors and why innovation really needs ecosystems. It's because the EIT recognizes that innovation is not a linear process and does not happen in isolation, but it's a dynamic interaction between education, research, and entrepreneurship. Each innovation, by its very definition, and each innovator needs to break down barriers, boundaries, and therefore needs different types of support. Only a large pan-European ecosystem can ensure that innovations receive exactly the kind of support they need. And this is often not just investments. It can be market access, it can be advice, it can be coaching, and many other factors that can make or break an innovation. By being Europe's largest innovation ecosystem, the EIT provides just that. Second, in today's rapidly evolving technological landscape, the EIT and its partners ensure that education curricula, skill development, research priorities, and business strategies reinforce each other. This adaptability is crucial for staying ahead of the curve in emerging fields and industries. New technologies will not be turned into innovations unless we have visionary and entrepreneurial talents who seize these opportunities that arise. The EIT's education and skill programs ensure that such talents keep emerging all across Europe, including more and more women in STEM courses. The third success factor is that the EIT itself is extremely agile and flexible on top of that. It can adjust to new societal challenges, learning from experience, and continuously improves its model of what was initially just a vague theoretical idea of the knowledge triangle. It is for this reason that we now see such strong impact and success with the first 3 knowledge and innovation communities that were established by the EIT, becoming financially sustainable, and with the new ones constantly improving their strategies and activities to create success. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the EIT team in Budapest, which is, by the way, also extremely efficient. And with just 72 people managing a €3 billion program, it continuously delivers. This agility and the independence of the EIT has been central to its success. Before passing the floor to our Vice President, on behalf of the EIT Governing Board, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners and our colleagues across the EIT ecosystem. For all the talk about the EIT community's activities and results throughout Europe, none of this would have been possible without your passion and dedication. I'm very happy you'll have the opportunity to meet some of our KICs and innovators today, and I also urge you to explore the Innovation Agora. Once again, a warm welcome from my side. Thank you for joining us, and enjoy the EIT Summit.
Thank you very much indeed. And of course, you mentioned the partnerships, the community, the ecosystem, and the fact that everybody works together in supporting these opportunities that we need to seize for the future, which brings me very nicely to the European Commission. So please do welcome the European Commission Vice President in charge of promoting our European way of life, Margarita Skinas.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a pleasure and an honor to be standing here today celebrating the achievements of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. In fact, this is like this Spielberg movie, Back to the Future. When you move to the future, but you meet people that have shaped this from the past, like Paul Rubik, Jan Figel. It's a pleasure also on a personal note to reconnect with the EIT community. I had the privilege to attend from within the Commission the first steps of the Institute when it was a baby. Now it's a fully fledged innovation body that honors our ambition in Europe for a meaningful innovation and technology effort that goes well beyond the remit of the academic endeavors. In this highly changing geo-economic era, the urgency and complexity of competitiveness have reached unprecedented levels. From energy to manufacturing, and through the complicated, complex, intricate web of supply chains, Europe finds itself facing challenges of unprecedented nature and challenges that will undoubtedly define our future. At the core of Europe's capacity to attain a level of competitiveness is our capacity to innovate. The swift pace of technological disruption entails, at the same time, problems, challenges, and opportunities. These are crucial if we want to maintain, on a sustainable base, the model of society we stand for, but at the same time, our historical industrial model. And to maintain this competitive edge, Europe must intensify its commitment to innovation, particularly in cutting-edge fields like artificial intelligence and clean tech. There is another element which matters a lot in this innovation equation, and this is the acknowledgement that without our talents and without offering the best education and training, no strategy of innovation will bear fruit. Our people are at the beginning and at the end of any innovation pipeline in Europe. And skills are crucial for innovation, for jobs, for competitiveness. Let's face it, we are now faced in Europe with a major endemic skills shortage. We simply do not have the people we need in key areas, and those that are in employment do not often have the level of skills required, but the fast-track technological and transition requirements. So reskilling and upskilling are a precondition for innovation. It will not happen unless we get this right. And this is why skills are one of the 4 pillars of our Green Deal industrial plan and also appear in the EU Net Zero Industry Act and the competitiveness strategy. And this is also why we declared this year as the European Year of Skills. We need action, tangible action, and results on the ground now. We need a new mindset of upskilling and reskilling. We need a skills revolution in Europe. Green and digital skills are, of course, at the heart of this strategy. The analysis of the Net Zero Industry Act shows that we need 4.1 billion euros until 2030 to support the skills needed in EU manufacturing of green technologies in Europe. And digital skills are also at the heart of everything we've done with the Digital Education Action Plan, the European Skills Agenda, and the Digital Decade and Compass. Since the launch of the Pact for Skills, together with my colleague Nico Schmidt, in November 2020, we have managed now to produce 20 large-scale skills partnerships and have been established 14 industrial ecosystems within the EU industry strategy. Through these schemes, we have, in the last 4 years, committed to offer upskilling and reskilling opportunities for at least 10 million people. 10 million people of working age in the EU, and they have already upskilled 2 million workers. According to the World Economic Forum the Future of Job report, 23% of jobs are poised to evolve, with 69 million jobs to be created and 83 million jobs to be eliminated. So in this very complex, fast-changing world, studying one single discipline without being able to connect the dots will no longer suffice. Success will lie in interdisciplinary skills and entrepreneurial mindsets. Such competence are the ones that will prepare European citizens to adapt to the change and meet challenges throughout their whole lives. Such competences also extend beyond mere economic or entrepreneurial gains and achievement. Let's face it, such competences also yield power to drive the cohesion of our society and social change. By empowering individuals in Europe with the tools to succeed, we create something that has always been part of our European way of life, of the model of society we stand for. Through these competencies and skills, we create upward mobility, diversity, cohesion, and inclusion. A skilled and entrepreneurial workforce is not only more competitive, but it's also more resilient. And if you ask me, also more democratic, less prone to the sirens of populism and Europhobia. And this is where the EIT, with the great work they have been doing for the last 20 years, comes in. Because the numerous programs and projects, some of them showcased here in this building, in the form of the knowledge and information innovation communities, universally known by now as KICs. KICs provide precisely for this sort of knowledge, competences, and skills we're looking for. Deep-rooted, vertical knowledge in a given field of technology with a strong interdisciplinary angle, combined with the necessary horizontal skills related to creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, and entrepreneurship. So the EIT, with its 2,500 partners, connects actors and the dots in business, research, and education. Being exactly at the intersection of education and innovation, the EIT makes a difference and is a heavy contributor to the talent pool that we need urgently in Europe. The EIT and the KICs ecosystem offer a vast range of education and training programs across the spectrum, from degree to non-degree programs, from long-term to short-term programs, from in-person to online programs, from programs for secondary school pupils who want to discover the world of technology and entrepreneurship, to programs for university students who want to obtain an interdisciplinary degree with a strong entrepreneurial component. Programs for doctoral researchers who delve into new knowledge, discoveries, innovation. Programs for professionals who want to upgrade their skills to new industrial requirements. Programs for innovators who want to market their ideas. And yes, also programs for entrepreneurs who want to scale up their market presence. The EIT campus also includes the sources developed under the new Deep Tech Talent Initiative, one of the actions from the new European Innovation Agenda. Thanks to its pledging model, where education and training providers engage to train deep tech talents, I'm very happy to see that the Deep Tech Talent Initiative is on track to train 1 million deep tech talents by 2025. The EIT is also helping us to redefine the role of higher education. The evaluation of the pilot of the EIT higher education institutions, this is an initiative of 90 million euros across 65 projects, has shown that universities draw benefit from working together with the EIT community and the industry partners. And I'm therefore very happy to see that this pilot has been extended to operate for the whole duration of the Horizon Europe. And I'm very also happy to share with you that in a few weeks, probably one of the last initiatives of the current Commission, together with my colleague Iliana Ivanova, will be presenting a proposal for a new European education degree, which is meant to make Europe an education destination for third country nationals, being based on the overwhelming success of the European university alliances that we have been building consistently during the last years. We now have about 60 university alliances bringing together 500 European universities, 10% of the total number of universities in Europe, and we think that the proposal for a European degree will crystallize the convergence of the curricula that we have managed to attain through the alliances. The EIT is also a crucial player and partner when it comes to upskilling and reskilling the current workforce, especially in critical areas where it's absolutely necessary for Europe to excel, such as energy, for example. Between 35 and 40% of all jobs could be affected by the green transition that will amplify demands for new skills at all levels. That is why, within the Green Deal Industrial Plan, we have committed to this Net Zero Industry Act, and this includes provisions for the launch of the Net Zero Industry Academies. So EIT InnoEnergy, the KIC working to drive the energy transition, is also now heavily involved with the European Battery Alliance Academy, which has already 50,000 learners across the battery supply chain. And the EIT will soon set up the European Solar Academy, and more academies will come. So yes, this is happening. We also need the EIT to continue playing the strong role in maintaining its robust links to industry. We do not the EIT to be on I will use a Greek word, on an endogamic drive, talking to the constituencies. We want the EIT to continue talking to industry. And this fruitful collaboration between the Institute and the industry is already creating a talent pool, one that we need in Europe to be able to live up to the promises, to our pledges for more competitiveness, more inclusion, more fairness, and more cohesion. So, dear friends, dear President, thank you all for having me this morning. I wish to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the EIT and all its constituencies for your efforts and encourage you to continue on your path. It is one of the very nice moments when a European Commissioner can join an act celebrating a European success story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. And indeed, we are going to hear about those success stories today, so we'll be tapping into those throughout the whole agenda. Now, the European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Ileana Ivanova, wanted to be here, but unfortunately had a prior engagement, but could not pass up the opportunity to send us this exclusive welcome video. Let's have a look.
Dear participants, welcome to the 2024 edition of the Summit of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. Many thanks to the Belgian Presidency of the European Council for their essential support in shaping this event. Today, we're building bridges to drive innovation further. The EIT is about supporting talents, fostering entrepreneurship, and working together to bring new solutions to great challenges in health, clean energy, urban mobility, or in manufacturing. I hope today you will learn more from the EIT and what it can bring to you. Whether you are a newcomer or a seasoned participant in the EIT activities, I'm sure you will profit from the inspiring agenda that was prepared for you. The EIT community gathering, academia, businesses, researchers, innovators can give you an edge for success, gathering close to 2,500 partners across Europe. It can connect you to the skills you need, but also to funding opportunities and to business creation and acceleration services. Beyond the 8,000 ventures we support, many students and professionals have also benefited from EIT opportunities, offering possibilities to work together across sectors and across disciplines. For example, the EIT campus provides a one-stop shop for all the degrees and learning opportunities supported by all the knowledge and innovation communities of the EIT. This creates an entry channel for so many talented people who would like to learn new skills. At the same time, the EIT Higher Education Institution initiative helps these institutions to best serve these same learners, feeding their talent to the companies in need. This bolsters the connections of higher education and industry and helps our learning institutions to develop talent informed by the experiences of the innovation community. This is a small sample of the many successes and achievements of the EIT community. Today is an opportunity to put them to light and to explore also new opportunities for this community. As you discuss how best to address jointly the pressing challenges of our time and as you celebrate the successes of our innovators through the EIT Awards, I hope you gather inspiration to feed into your businesses, in your entrepreneurial ventures, and in your learning experiences. Thank you for being a part of this summit and this community. Enjoy the EIT Summit.
Well, our thanks to Commissioner Ivanova for that speech, and inspiration is the word that she used there, and our next keynote speaker is somebody who's inspired me personally many times. He's the man who flew around the world in a solar-powered aircraft. I still enjoy looking at photos and videos from that adventure. Bertrand Piccard is about to do something utterly extraordinary yet again. He's going to fly around the world in a hydrogen-powered aircraft. It's just going to be another great adventure, another moment of inspiration, and he's a real innovator. We're now going to watch a film to introduce his vision from the Solar Impulse Foundation, and then he's going to give us his keynote speech explaining his vision on how to innovate, how to succeed, and how to create a cleaner and much more pleasant to live in world. Let's watch the movie.
dream in history was considered impossible until it had been accomplished. Behind each achievement, explorers have invented the future by going beyond the frontiers of certainties. They have broken the rules, challenging common assumptions to discover new solutions. Today, solving the environmental crisis seems out of reach. We need the same pioneering spirit that has in the past allowed mankind to achieve the impossible. This is how we will find the solutions to change the world. Bertrand Piccard, the visionary behind Solar Impulse, wanted to demonstrate the incredible potential of renewable energies and clean technologies. Solar Impulse was built to carry this message around the world.
Hello, Solar Pulse. Hello, Captain Piccard. I am inspired by your pioneering spirit.
You know, Mr. Secretary General, if an airplane like Solar Impulse can fly day and night without fuel, the world, of course, can be much cleaner.
Hotel India Bravo, turning final, 02 right.
More than an achievement in the history of aviation, Solar Impulse has made an achievement in the history of energy. Let's take it further.
What can be done in the sky can be done on the ground. Replacing old and polluting infrastructure by modern and efficient technologies is logical as much as ecological. Convinced the protection of the environment will become a reality only if it's economically viable, Bertrand Piccard has launched the second phase of his action, committing the Solar Impulse Foundation to identify 1,000 solutions that can protect the environment in a profitable way. Developed by startups and corporates, these solutions reduce pollution and improve efficiency in the fields of water, energy, construction, mobility, industry, and agriculture for a better quality of life. Assessed by independent experts and labeled by the Solar Impulse Foundation, they represent the market opportunity of the century, generating jobs and clean growth. In the near future, Bertrand Piccard will travel around the world again to present this unique selection of solutions with one goal: encourage governments, businesses, and institutions to go beyond compromise and set more ambitious environmental targets and energy policies. Here again, the spirit of exploration has a role to play in achieving what many people still consider impossible. And you can be a part of it.
Good morning to everyone. We are passionate about innovation. We're passionate about breaking the frontiers, changing paradigms, going beyond the obvious. We like to take what exists and make it better for the future. We all know that this is why we're all here. But we have to know something. There are a lot of people who hate us. They hate us because innovation is disturbing. On one side, we have a lot of green activists who hate innovation, and one of them even told me once in a live radio show, stop to speak about solutions, they are only problems. And it's true that sometimes we give the impression that technology will solve all the problems without addressing the human state of mind in which technology has to be used. So sometimes we hear that by going in innovation, we will have in the future everything we need to reabsorb CO2, to put some nanoparticles above the clouds and reflect the sunshine toward the outside of space, so we will artificially cool down what we have artificially warmed up. And it's clear that it doesn't make sense. Innovation should not be seen as an alibi to do nothing today, because solutions will come maybe somewhere in the future. This is not the way to go. We need to address innovation as what exists today, the newest solutions, the best practice that is the result of what innovation has brought and gave us today to make it available today. Now, on the other hand, we also have a lot of enemies in the world of the economy, the industry, and the politics. Why that? We disturb the incumbents. We disturb the one who would like to keep the status quo for as long as they can. And although a lot of people know that the status quo is dangerous, that what we do today is polluting, that we are disturbing the balance of life, that we are threatening the quality of life on Earth. Some people hate innovation because it will oblige them to change the way they are doing things. And we also have to take care of these people and explain them why it is also in their advantage to go into the spirit of changing the paradigms and making the world and humankind with better quality of life. Because today, the real problem is what? The real problem is that we live in a world with a linear economy, in a world that is still using very, very old type of technologies, and we live in the past. It's really important to understand that we live in the past today. We live in a world with thermal engines who have an efficiency of 27%. We lose 3/4 of the energy we put in our fuel tanks. When electric motors like the one on Solar Impulse had 97% of efficiency, we were losing only 3%. We live in a world with outdated industrial processes, with badly insulated houses, with outdated lighting, cooling, and heating systems, except for the ones who are using heat pumps and LED lamps. We're still burning very expensive fossil fuels. Are we proud of that? But we don't notice that it's the world of the past. It's like the fish who is in the water and doesn't know he's wet. We live in the world of the past and we believe it's normal. So I think that instead of saying that we have to degrow, that we have to renounce to technology, that we have to renounce to mobility and economic development, like some of them are saying, and instead of saying the technology will solve everything in the future, we just need to understand innovation as the way to bring the world from the past to the present. From the past to the present. This is what basically we need in innovation. We need to modernize our world. And if we say that we modernize instead of decarbonize, we have a completely new narrative. Because each time we are saying we have to decarbonize the world, people are afraid for the jobs, for their income, for their profit, for their lifestyle. They think, oh, we're going to destroy everything we have to make sacrifices. And at the COP, this is exactly the problem. This is why you have so much resistance to decarbonization. No, we have to change the narrative. It's not about decarbonization, it's about modernization. And decarbonization will come as the logical consequence of modernization. We should not do it for the planet. You hear so many people who say we have to save the planet. Okay, but the people who have 10,000 salaries to pay at the end of the month have to care about the end of the month and not the end of the world, which means that they will resist. So it's not about saving the planet. It's about bringing better quality of life to humankind. It is not for future generations that we have to make an effort. It's for the current generation to get all the profit, all the benefit of this modernization. So each time we speak about problems, we have to understand their solutions. Each time we speak about cost, we have to understand that it's an investment. You know that. But it's important to make it known elsewhere, because the entire world is not in this room full of innovators. The entire world needs to be informed. And especially now that we have the new parliament, the new commission that is going to be elected on the 9th of June. What it is about? It's about trying to bring people together instead of splitting them apart. Because there is a very powerful tool today, which is the Green Deal. It has never been as important as today. And it has never been fought against as much as today. On one side, you have the one who think we're not doing enough. On the other side, you have the ones who think we're doing far too much. You have the ecologists on one side, you have the populists on the other side, you have the socialists, you have the center-right. And everybody is trying to show that he can do better than the Green Deal, that he can do better than what is done now if he's fighting against the others. So we have been working with the Solar Impulse Foundation since several years to bring solutions that are economically profitable to protect the environment. So it is not the innovation of tomorrow, it's the innovation of today, what is ready to go on the market. And in order to use this, in order to bring people together instead of splitting them apart, we have written a call, a manifesto for Europe, which is called Modernize to Thrive, Europe 3.0. It's all about how to modernize, how to use innovation for the best. And what we see is that if we explain innovation correctly, we can show how it's going to protect the environment. So we are giving a lot of advantage to the green activist. But because renewable energies are now so much cheaper than fossil fuels, so much more available, so much more local, it is absolutely clear that if Europe wants to be competitive, we have to go into clean and efficient sources of energy, produced locally. If it is cheaper, it will help also the left wing to offer a better purchase power to the poorest people. If the bill of energy is lower at the end of the month, it's going to be also good for the left wing. If we have local energies that allow us to have more sovereignty, more energy independence, it's also better for the extreme right, which is always trying to get more energy sovereignty. But it's also good for the center right, because this is how to develop the economy in a more competitive way. It is the way to have more jobs, new jobs, exactly as we heard from the Vice President of the European Commission before in his excellent speech about the skills we have to develop. It's important to create entrepreneurship, important to create profit in Europe, but a clean profit, an efficient profit. And this is why this word, efficiency, is so important, because modernize will not be in favor of the environment, of the socialist, of the center-right, of the sovereignist. It will not be possible without efficiency. And this word efficiency, I think we really have to use it more and more. Efficiency means that we can obtain better results with less consumption of resources. Better with less. This is efficiency. So each time we are innovating, it should be with this purpose. I give you a couple of examples. Can you imagine that there is a company that has been labeled by the Solar Impulse Foundation? It's a French company. They are making molecules that reproduce the reproduction smell of insects. A molecule of smell that they spray over the fields. It confuses completely the insects who cannot reproduce themselves. It's completely clean, it's completely efficient, it replaces all the pesticides and chemicals that you put in a toxical way on the fields to stop the reproduction of insects. This is the type of things that we have to know, that we have to develop. We can go into circular economy with all the waste management systems. We can go in clean energy, as we have said. We can have buildings that are energy neutral. All this needs what? It needs you as innovators. It needs the funding for innovation. This is what the European Commission is doing very well. But we also need to have these solutions implemented. And this is not the case. We push innovation like hell to have startups and companies who are ready to bring the solutions to our world. And where do these solutions go? In the portfolio, but not in the reality. Otherwise, we would already have less CO2, less pollution, better quality of life, and more profit in Europe. So we have the IRA in America that is attracting a lot of investments. And here, we don't call it Inflation Reduction Act, we call it Green Deal, like if it was only green, only for the green activist. So of course, on the other side, you have all the resistance. So we need this efficiency deal today to simplify all the administration burden that we have for the implementation of solutions. You cannot imagine how many years it takes to have one of the solutions that is innovated and invented to come on the market. You don't need to be innovators for that. You need to be a Rambo commando officer in order to go through all the burdens and desperately try to bring it on the market. This is something that we have to change. We have to simplify the procedures. And the second thing is that we have to invest massively into the implementation of these solutions, not just to push them, but to pull them on the market. And here we need massive investments in Europe that are allowed over the 3% of deficit that is the limit today. Of course, 3% limit of deficit, it's okay if we're speaking of structural problems. But if it is an investment, it has to be allowed to go beyond. Because an investment, by definition, is something that brings more money than what we have spent. And the last thing that we absolutely have to obtain is a modernization of the legal framework. If it is allowed to pollute, if it is allowed to be inefficient, of course people will keep what they have. They will pollute, they will destroy everything, and they will say, it's legal. You cannot prevent me from doing it. I'm following the rules, which means that the rules have to change. The rules have to go into having much more norms and standards for efficiency, to use what you are producing, just to use what innovation is bringing. This is what we need, and pull this innovation to the market. So we see that innovation is not just a lab in which researchers are inventing the best products or technologies. It is not only what the European Commission is doing to fund this innovation. It is everything that allows to implement this innovation and reconcile the left wing and the right wing, the ecologist and the industry, and understand that there is an intersection where all of these solutions will bring a benefit to all of the political parties. If we obtain this, at least during the next elections, innovation, protection of the environment, efficiency will not be a hostage of a political fight. So let's go beyond what we know in innovation. Let's go beyond what we used to do in politics. Otherwise, we won't succeed. So I'm not ending my speech by saying thank you. I'm ending my speech by saying, please, let's do it.
Thank you, Bertrand. Thank you, Bertrand. Very inspiring speech, very political speech as well. Very, very, very interesting. A strong message coming through. Let's take some questions from the audience, shall we?
With pleasure, absolutely.
So, if you would like to ask this man a question, I'm assuming that after a speech like that, there's definitely a few things going around in your minds. Please hold up your hand. Somebody will bring you a microphone. We've got one down here. Please tell us your name, your job, and ask a question.
And it doesn't need to be only questions. It can be contradiction, criticism, skepticism. Please feel free.
Go on. Would you like to stand up?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you. And just tell us your name, where you're from.
Yeah. Sophia from Portugal. I work as a booster in innovation. I've been working with startups for the past 10 years, and clean tech startups mostly. And one of the big problems for us is the evangelization of industry. And even if we do break down the value proposition into economic benefits in the future as an investment instead of a cost, as you said, we still find it very difficult for some industries, and some of them are very traditional, some of the most impactful ones. I've worked mostly in agri-tech, and it has been hard. So I would just like to understand, how are you doing that transition? How are you bringing people on board? I assume that you obviously have key opinion leaders, but how do you see this process, and how do you see ecosystem boosters such as I am and my company, how can we support this transition more easily?
You know, originally, I'm a psychiatrist and psychotherapist. And I had a lot of people come in my practice saying, I'm suffering, but I don't want to change anything within myself. I want the others to change. And of course, it doesn't work. So in the therapeutical process, what you try to do is to show how much better it will be if you change. You have to show how to change, and you have to give the confidence in change. And this is what we are not doing well today in our world. We are not explaining that the world of efficiency and modernization will be better. We are even saying the opposite. We're saying because of the protection of the environment, we will have more regulations that will destroy the industry, and ecology is expensive, boring, sacrificial. So at the end, we give a negative image. Then we are not explaining about the solutions enough. We are not telling how to make the change. So you know there are solutions, but so many people don't. So that's the second mistake. And then the third mistake is about the confidence to change. We're not showing that. We're not inspiring people to change. We're not inspiring people to do better. And innovation should be a state of mind. When you see something, you want to make it better because you're an innovator. But in the general public, it's the opposite. When you see something, you want to hold on to it and say, that's my safety. No, we need political leaders who lead a positive change. And not only managers who tell people what to do today, because people are fed up to be told what to do. People want to be inspired of how to do it, why to do it. And we need people who stand up and say, look, today we can have the confidence because we have the solutions, and this is how we will make a better world, and a better society, and a better welfare, and the protection of the environment, and a better energy sovereignty and cheaper energy to make Europe more competitive. This is what we have to do.
There was a hand up here, a lady there. Can we get a microphone, please? Would you stand up, please? Can I just quickly ask, while our microphone's going there, where's the hydrogen coming from for your plane?
The hydrogen for my hydrogen plane must come from renewable, clean energy. That's for sure. Yeah. If you use gas and fraction of gas to make the hydrogen, you make more CO2 than if you use kerosene.
And that's where most of it comes from now,
exactly.
Right? Would you like to just tell us your name and your job and go ahead with the question?
Thank you. Dragana Germanovic from Serbia. I serve as a growth guide, inspiring growth within companies through people. And I wanted to thank you for everything you are doing and to ask you, how can we help you? We as humans in this room, not as professionals and not as business leaders, to pursue your endeavors and to do the amazing things you are doing. What each of us can do now or right away or in an hour or in a day to support people like you, Mr. Piccard. Thank you.
That's a nice question.
I think we need to be heard much more, you know, with this positive message. And we have to choose in what we say what can be beneficial for all the different layers of society and all the different political parties. Because usually we divide instead of federating. We are either left or right. We are either ecologists or industrial or technological people. And we need to find the intersection between everything. In other words, here you have everything that is innovative to protect the environment. Here you have everything that is innovative and profitable. You need to find the intersection between the two. What is economically profitable? What protects the environment? What makes the energy independence? What makes better competitivity? What improves the efficiency for the industry? You know? And we have to focus on this part and tell to all the people we see, all the people we deal with in our social media, in our speeches, in our op-eds, in our discussions, even with a mug of beer to other people, we need to say, look, all these solutions here in this intersection are beneficial for everyone. This is what we have to do. And then we absolutely need to speak about the simplification and the common sense of administrative rules. When you have, I don't know if you heard so much about it here, but the farmers in France, why were they demonstrating? They were demonstrating because there are rules that apply to them, to tell them how they have to produce, and you have different rules to accept products from the outside that are in complete contradiction with the way that the farmers have to produce inside France. And it's like this everywhere. There is no common sense. And I think this is also what we have to say. We need a common vision where we will push all this spirit, we will pull the innovation to the market, but we need to speak about that. And you ask me how to help me. Basically, I'm here to help you, to help you as innovators to make it much more easily on the market. But if we all communicate, all express ourselves in this direction, I think it would be really, really useful. And change this narrative. Speak of modernization instead of decarbonization. Speak of solutions instead of problems. Of business opportunities instead of incumbent old industries and new jobs, new skills instead of losing jobs. You know? Speak of investments that are profitable instead of high cost. We still read everywhere that it will cost thousands of billions of euros to do the ecological transition. Excuse me, it's complete bullshit to say that. Because anyway, there are a lot of investments done. There are investments done in thermal engines, in subsidies for fossil fuels, in old industrial processes. You need to invest in those all the time. So we're not asking to put additional thousands of billions. We're just asking to replace all these investments that have no future into investments that have a future. So it's not something that is unreachable. It is not something that is expensive. It is something that will bring an advantage to everybody. But we have to know it. We have to tell it. We have to stop to divide. We have to federate people.
I think we're going to have to move on from the questions. Thank you very much, though, for everybody who's asked those questions. That was a great answer, too. And I would say what I do is go to the Solar Impulse Foundation website and have a look at some of your 1,000 or more solutions to save the planet, because they are brilliant. But another exciting thing, which is being announced at the moment, in fact, I think it was announced this morning, is that the Solar Impulse Foundation and the EIT are teaming up together. And I'd like to invite back up on stage the chair of the EIT Governing Board, Nektarios Tavenorakis. You guys are going to be working together.
Thank you very much. It was a very inspiring talk. I think bringing out the message that at its core, innovation can be uniting across the political and the societal spectrum. I think this is a very important message that you are putting out.
And you two are going to be working together,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Tell us a bit about that.
We, at the EIT and the Solar Impulse Foundation, we share the same dream, the same vision about meeting the challenges that our society in Europe, but also globally, is facing. And to this end, we are really thrilled that we will be working together, setting up our new Solar Academy together with you. We want you as a partner, and really, together we can bring out the message that innovation can be uniting, not dividing.
Bertrand, what does it mean for you?
We will sign a document in a few minutes after this
What does it mean for you to be working with the EIT?
It's the feeling that we are bringing complementary pieces in the puzzle. EIT is absolutely fascinating in terms of political organization, investment into solutions. We help by bringing solutions, 1,600 solutions we have identified that we can bring to EIT. We can label the solutions that EIT has done, because our label is currently the only label in the world that certifies the economical profitability of a solution that protects the environment, and work politically together. Because, you know, if it's only the industry, only the Greens, only whoever who talks, it doesn't have the same impact. When we are several people talking about the same vision, then I think it has a huge impact. And if people want to know more about it, they can also go on the booth of Solar Impulse Foundation in the exhibition.
Marvelous.
And part of my team is here with a very fancy jacket, pilot jacket.
They look like they're about to go to space, basically.
Exactly. So you will recognize the people. Eleanor, you can stand up. And five people of the foundation are here. You can come to them and you can discover everything we're going to do with EIT, and it's a wonderful collaboration we're initiating.
It's time for a photo. Would you like to come up, Malaga? And where's the photographer? OK, I'll get out of the way. You don't want me in this one.
Ah, yes.
Bertrand Piccard and Nektarios Tavenorakis, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Jennifer?
Thank you.
Thanks, Bertrand. Jennifer, I think it's over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Jeremy. I think a significant moment there, and we will, of course, have much more information about that available to you during the day. You can find out more in the Agora and, of course, over on the Riverside, talking to many of the representatives there from the different KICs. Our next session is called Making Innovation Happen. Now, many of you know the last EIT Summit was back in October 2022, and a lot has been happening since then. We heard earlier, of course, that the EIT support has already resulted in the launch of more than 2,000 products and services, business support to 7,800 ventures who've gone on to raise more than 7 billion euros in external investment. And the Deep Tech Talent Initiative as well, that was launched during that last summit, has also been launched with more than 770,000 talents pledged, 121 pledgers, 94 courses, and has made significant progress towards skilling more than 1 million talents by the end of 2025. I know I'm throwing those figures very fast at you, but we're going to have a conversation now, a fireside chat without the fire. I'm really looking forward to hearing what they have to say. Joining Martin Curran, EIT Director, is Norman Poppins, Deputy Director General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture at the European Commission, and of course the European Commission's observer on the EIT Governing Board. Gentlemen, take it away. I look forward to your conversation.
So, first of all, welcome, Normans, to the
Thank you,
EIT
Martin.
community and to the EIT Summit, and of course, welcome everyone here today, once again. Difficult to follow up from these very inspiring opening speeches, including last one from Bertrand Piccard, but we want to do a little scene setter with a double purpose of introducing Normans, who is new to the EIT community, a bit more, also hear the view from the European Commission, but also set the scene for what follows later today. And I will explain a little bit the structure that we have chosen with the education, the innovation, and the business creation. And of course, we want to have an outlook on the EIT Awards and be concrete. So I think Bertrand Piccard was a very clear call for action. The way I understood it. We need more innovation and we need to help the innovators. And that's, of course, at the very core of what the EIT community has been doing. You heard all the figures several times. I will still repeat some of them. EIT has helped close to 8,000 ventures, startups in their journey. So really there to help the innovators. We're training hundreds of thousands as we speak on skills, relevant skills. We heard we'll have a EU Solar Academy delivered by the EIT community on request of the European Commission. And of course, we'll have Europe's largest innovation community with 2,400 partners in our now 9 knowledge and innovation communities, which all focused on specific societal challenges. And the results are there, so we're not just supporting them, but the companies supported have attracted 7.3 billion euros. And of course, many of the students that have received skills training have gone on to become entrepreneurs. So this is where we stand. We often ask, but your 9 knowledge innovation communities, they're so different. So much diversity, they all go about very differently because, of course, innovation needs different approaches, solutions in different areas. Doesn't work the same way in health, in digital, or in energy. So we have structured today's program, and I hope you will appreciate that, across the commonalities, what all these innovation communities are doing. And all of them are doing business creation, supporting startups very early on, but also help them to accelerate, to become large. So we'll have a panel on that later today. We will also, all of the innovation communities are having innovation projects where they really mobilize their partners to work on very specific solutions. They can be solutions in health, can be solutions in energy. So that's under our innovation umbrella. And that's an area I would like to talk a little bit more about, is the education part, the skills part, which has really grown enormously since the last even EIT Summit 16 months ago. So not only are we continue to deliver on the Deep Tech Talent Initiative, it was actually launched under the last Innovate, but we now already have over 700,000 pledges, but also many trainings ongoing. So I'm optimistic we will reach that target. We also have completed, and it was mentioned, the first phase, pilot phase of our higher education institution program, which is actually not just helping students, also even there 40,000 students were trained, but it's helping actually the organizations, the higher education institutions themselves to become more entrepreneurial. And the latest, and that's the example I want to mention especially today, is the academies, to really follow up on that call for action, to really deliver on highly policy relevant sectors that are those that will bring Europe's strategic autonomy. And not only do we have the European Battery Alliance Academy now running already since 2 years, delivered by EIT InnoEnergy, one of our innovation communities, but we also have now the EU Solar Academy. So it's the European Commission asking the EIT to deliver specific skill set, but not just skill set, but also entrepreneurial skills. So Europe remains competitive. Europe is at the forefront of strategic sectors. And of course, Bertrand Piccard's Solar Impulse Foundation and an EU Solar Academy is a natural cooperation to take forward. So these are some of the very concrete actions we have taken in the last years. And I would be very curious how you place, Normans, the EIT community into the broader policy context and how the European Commission looks at us.
Thank you, Martin. And let me say I'm so happy to join this community of innovators. And coming from the world of cohesion, I have to say that it's not a novelty for me to see and to promote investment into innovation and research. But for me, the angle has always been to link innovation to the local development, regional, territorial development. And I think that is one thing which I discover here EIT is doing as well. But let me start by saying that I think it's a fact that the Europe has to increase its competitiveness and support it. And in that context, whatever transitions the EU will be going through, innovation will have to increase. And of course, I heard the previous speaker saying, so how do we make sure that we all think innovatively and that innovation becomes part of our psychology? And I think that the EIT actually is a model which provides certain answer to that. You know, I'm 57 years old, and I might start to think innovatively, but I might not, because I'm too old for that. But I'm convinced that education is actually the field where we should start. And it's about the younger generations, which have open mind and haven't yet established the scripts of how they think and how they actually live in this world. And this is where I think the link between the innovation and EIT does it, the link to the educational world, starting with basic skills, but also to higher education, specialized skills. This is the strength of this model. And obviously, coming from EAC now, I think this is the narrative which we need to strengthen, because it's only when we learn from the solutions that we are providing, and it's true that EIT is about solutions. At the EU level, we are very good at passing different directives and regulations, but we know that it's necessary, indeed, as some people say, you have to punish the polluters, you have to have strict rules not to encourage the old ways of polluting and doing agriculture, industry, and so on. But that's not enough. I'm convinced that every regulatory change needs to be then supported through providing solutions to real actors on the ground. And this is what EIT does. It provides solutions. It shows us how we can implement concrete challenges on the ground. But if we don't build on these solutions, if we don't share the knowledge, and that should start already at the phase of universities, high schools, and you name it, then of course it will be a limited success. So I believe in this model. I'm discovering this new world, but I do see a lot of very good things that are happening. Now the question is,
how can we make sure that this model is understood by decision makers, by policy makers, but also by general public, and especially also within member states. Because I heard the word simplification, and I can reassure you that the European Commission thinks constantly about how to reduce administrative burden. You know, our president of the Commission has made it a priority, and we will seriously be thinking and proposing concrete things to reduce that burden. But my experience coming from the funds management is that it's not just about the European Commission. It is about the member states, about our governments, the member state government, regional, local authorities. We need to reach out at this level, and we need to make sure that there is an understanding about necessity to embrace innovation at all levels and make it happen, and not to put burdens on it. And this is something where, again, I think all of you, being very active members of innovation community, can help not just us, but in fact yourselves, to make sure that this really happens. And this is something we need to see how we better project also what the EIT has delivered so far. And you mentioned impressive figures, impressive deliverables, but we need to build on them. We need to continue promoting them and showing the way at all possible levels. I stop here, but as you see, we can...
Thank you. Making Innovation Happen, title of this session, of course. So yeah. I pick up on that. We heard the figures, you heard them now several times. There are 9 knowledge innovation communities supporting or delivering on the societal challenges. You heard about the policy context, also how EIT in an agile way reacts to new policy priorities to have a more green, more healthy, more digital Europe. But I want to come to 2 very concrete examples, because in the end, I think that's more tangible, and also looking, of course, at the program later today, which will have the different panels on the different pillars of the EIT, education, business creation, acceleration, as I mentioned, but also the EIT Awards, and it's an absolute highlight, so I hope all of you stay around for that. And I want to look back what became one of the innovators which actually won the EIT Award, and not just won any award, but won the public award. So the award where you thought this is actually someone who makes a difference, who really changes lives, saves life. And that's about Laura Suchek and Peptomic. So in 2018, she won EIT Awards based on the support she received from EIT Health. And she aims to provide cancer patients with more effective solutions and also less toxic treatment, so less suffering. So something very concrete, saving many, many lives. EIT Health supported her at a very early stage in a number of ways. So not just to get funding, but really also to turn her research, at that time still was mostly research, into a business, and of course to help to improve these treatments which become available. And after she has done the proof of the research, and also through the EIT Awards, she continued, of course, to turn that into commercial solutions. So exactly the intersection also Mr. Piccard just mentioned, not just to have a great idea, to also turn it into a business. This was now awarded as she's going into clinical testing, and actually she received funding now from the European Innovation Council, has been awarded 5 million euros just in October last year. So it took another 5 years, especially in the health sectors. It takes time to mature innovations, but now she's on the good track through the accelerator program to turn that into commercial product services. And not only that, actually 2 weeks ago, her first human clinical trial was published in Nature magazine as a real breakthrough for treating cancer. So that's an example of someone who picked up early at the EIT community, got helped, got also funding from our partner instrument, European Innovation Council, and now is really on track to do something that is world-changing and life-changing. So that's one great example from innovation journey from lab to market. And that's at one end of the scale, EIT Health and the health sector, but of course a very different sector. Give you a second example of Benoit Lemagnon and Vercor. So Vercor was launched only in 2020. Right from the beginning, they received support from another EIT innovation community, EIT InnoEnergy, and that allowed them in France, where they started to ramp up their ideas of low-carbon battery manufacturing. So again, in a high policy priority sector, to turn that into a growth company, and of course to meet also in Europe with our own battery production, the growing demand for electric vehicles, storage, etc. And September last year, so in between the two EIT summits, Vercor announced that they have 2 billion euros financing round completed, not only turning them in a unicorn at that moment, but also allowing them to build a gigafactory in Dunkirk in France with a high capacity for production, should be ready by 2025, but also creating thousands of jobs directly, people working in the factory, but also reviving a region like around Dunkirk. So that's a fantastic achievement here as well, and has been EIT InnoEnergy has been fundamental in helping them early on in that journey, but also keeps being involved to help them grow. And investment is not just from the EIT, of course, it's private sector, it's EIB, but EIT can help to leverage, to find those innovations early on, and then help them to grow. So these are two examples out of those over 7,000 startups company we support. And of course, it has been a privilege, and you can meet some of them during the EIT Awards or later today to interact with them and help them to get on in their journey. So Norman, back to you. These are some of the examples, and maybe you can again give the perspective from the Commission, from the DG EAC lens about what we do.
Well, there are many more examples, and you will be able to learn from them through the event. I think what makes this EIT example a success story is the fact that with some funding and some help and expertise, you create something which becomes self-sustainable. And I think that is sort of the aim of this program and this particular instrument is, yes, we should experiment, and I agree, and many times people come to me and say, innovation is about experimentation, we don't know what the result will be, maybe we will fail. Yes, to some extent. But let's be realistic. We also need to show that what we fund and what we create as solution can be self-sustained in future and doesn't need the EU funding forever and ever, because this dependence on some outside funding could kill the solution. And this is something where EIT and these examples you mentioned can show that actually with the limited funding that we have from EU budget, through attracting, of course, private funding and leveraging this funding with others, we create something which stays, which then has a permanent impact on that ecosystem. You mentioned health. Health is a very important ecosystem, because if you don't have health, you have nothing, right? And I know what I'm talking about, because there you need health, and you need the health services to be there, because this is the basic service which everybody needs. And if it's not there, people will leave those places, and we have those deserted regions which are trapped in development traps. So there, I think EIT has shown that, by creating these solutions and making them sustainable and used across the board, this is a success of this KIC. Of course, you mentioned the KIC Energy. Everybody knows it. That's the most successful KIC, I probably would say, because it has attracted billions, and it has created startups and has itself become a unicorn, right? Or multicorn, I don't know, but it is a big success story, and that's something we should learn from and capitalize. For me, the narrative for the EIT is exactly in that. It's not just about bridging these communities, businesses, education, research in one and then finding a solution. It is about making those solutions sustainable, actually used across the board. So building on that knowledge sharing, and again, starting with providing inputs to the education world by helping them to design the curriculums, the right training pathways for people. This is about that. Because we can have a dream about green and digital Europe in 10 years, but the fact is that you don't have enough people. Everybody has solar batteries, but there's nobody to service them. When I bring my car to the workshop, I don't need a mechanic anymore. I need an IT specialist, and I have to wait for a month to get that specialist, right? So this is the world changing, and this is what I think EIT is trying to sort of show in the future, that by this link to education and linking innovation, and of course EIT is anchored in the key EU priorities. It's green, digital, industrial transition. It's all there. But I think this is what makes EIT model so special, is that link to knowledge sharing to education. And as well to regional, because I also learned that EIT has a special regional, what is it called, regional innovation scheme. And in Regio, we were promoting a lot smart specialization strategies, because another problem that the EU has with innovation is that it's very, it's not in equilibrium. It's very diverse. It's too diverse. There are parts of Europe which actually can innovate without EIT and without any help from the EU budget, and that's good. But then there are parts in Europe where, you know, people have good ideas, but they have no idea where to start. And this is where, again, EIT, I think, can show the way, because trying to bridge this innovation gap in Europe and helping regions which are trapped, which don't know how to become sustainable and how to develop themselves further, I think this is also one way where I see that EIT can actually bring a lot of value added, and then also reach out to the big funding streams, because whatever is the future of EU budget, I'm sure that cohesion policy will stay in whichever form. And this is important to make those bridges in a more serious way and attract also and make sure that that funding also supports these solutions we are talking about here in the EIT world.
Absolutely, and the regional innovation scheme has actually been a big success. It's now 10 years old. It was actually launched at one of the previous Innovate editions, as every time we try to have a special focus, like the Deep Tech Talent Initiative last year. And after 10 years, it is really one of the key factors why in EIT there is such a higher participation from countries from Central Eastern Europe, and something quite unique. But I want to come back on the other very unique feature that you mentioned, the sustainability of the knowledge innovation communities, because we are in a decisive year for that as well, and I think it deserves to be elaborated on, because it's something that only EIT has an emission, and now we achieved this with the first 3 kicks, EIT Climate Kick, EIT InnoEnergy, EIT Digital. They will continue their activities beyond the end of the year and beyond the support, beyond the grants provided by the EIT community, and that's quite remarkable. And it's not just that they want to continue, but they actually have very different, but all of them successful business models. For example, the 3 of them together in the last 3 years had own revenues, so really cash into the knowledge innovation communities of 135 million euros. That's a very, very substantial amount, and shows that money they receive from their partnership, money they receive from other programs, public, private, but also revenues they have from successful innovations, such as the ones we discussed before, really keep them going. And that's inbuilt in the EIT model. And so we're very proud of them, also because they have taken very, very different approaches. So EIT Climate Kick is more about helping regions to become carbon neutral, cities, also organizations. So it's a systemic approach, how to change, how to deliver that change with innovations and also otherwise. EIT Digital has a lot of strengths in the acceleration programs, but have early on also focused on making their skills programs sustainable, and also now looked at by other partners, by other organizations, including at the European level, to actually pay them to deliver that. And EIT InnoEnergy already mentioned some of the examples. You said highly successful, have not helped companies like Vercor or Northvolt to grow, but are continuously delivering European champions in key sustainable energy priority fields. And that's really something, this diversity, which shows how EIT has created a framework where very different innovation approaches can deliver. And of course, we have 6 more kicks to follow. follow them now in the portfolio that were already mentioned. So a lot coming up. And coming back to today's program, you will, of course, have an opportunity to hear much deeper in the education side, in the business creation side, in the innovation side, about what EIT is doing, some glimpses into the future, also areas, sectors that we may support in the future, as of course is the time not just to take stock after 3 years of this financial perspective and the midterm review, but also look forward. Hopefully with the EIT Awards you will take some glimpses into individual innovation and innovators, which are the ones in the future to be the success stories that we can talk about in 5 or 10 years. And of course, hopefully by tonight, by looking at the panels, following the discussions, but also talking to our innovators in the Agora, you will ultimately have received a glimpse of the future of Europe.
Well, I think it brings to the last words, right? And they should be about future, right? I think it's something we will be coming back to, of course, and trying to see how we shape the future of, it's not just, I mean, it's the future of EU, but most importantly, we will start discussing the new multi-annual financial framework, and EIT is part of this big, beautiful Horizon program, which is, of course, a very important program for the EU. And all I can say today is that everything I said about the strengths of the EIT, I think is something where, you know, your ideas, your inputs would be highly welcome at this point in time to produce that narrative for the EIT to stay as a separate part, as a separate instrument within the Horizon program, and to make sure that it is part of the future of Next Framework 10 program. It might seem that this is everything, this is natural, this is logical, that the EIT continues because of all these success stories. But the harsh reality is that there is always hard discussions on the EU budget, and you all come from somewhere, from some member states, so you know what is the budgetary situation. And we know that also the current MFF is under scrutiny, it's being reviewed, and it means that the EU budget might be smaller in future even than it is now. And this is why I think indeed we need to work together, the European Commission, with the EIT and with the stakeholders to produce the narrative for the EIT and to show that without EIT, this European Union innovation ecosystem cannot stand, cannot continue. So that EIT really is a cornerstone of it. And that is something where we're very much looking forward to working with you, Martin, with the whole EIT community. So I wish I could say the future is bright. Well, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Norman.
Thanks all.
Thanks.
Thank you very much to Norman Spoff and to Martin Kern. Thank you very much for that interesting conversation. Now to our first panel. Educate, Imagining 2050, Skills to Design Our Future. What are the skills we're going to need to survive and thrive in 2050? Today we know that digital skills are very much in demand. Companies keep telling us, we at Euronews make reports about it all of the time. We also know the world is changing quickly. The rise of new artificial intelligence applications raises questions about the skills that we have in Europe today and how to secure high-quality jobs in the future. So how are we going to future-proof Europe and Europeans, bridge gaps, ensure that we are diverse, inclusive, and fair. So that's what we're going to be talking about in this next panel. Our guests are Sylvia Lennertz, a member of the EIT Governing Board, Rector Magnificus, no less, of the Eindhoven University of Technology, Riam Kanso, founder and CEO of Conception X, and Sibel Royce-Burke, a supervisory board member of EIT Food, vice president of legal and corporate affairs for the European operations of Anheuser-Busch InBev. Thanks all for being here. Let's just quickly, Sylvia, understand the situation at the moment in terms of what the EIT is doing for this skills challenge that we have. What's going on at the moment?
First of all, thank you all for being here, and thanks for the very inspiring speeches. And I think it's up to the EIT to do it now. It's us who take it up, and let's do it and make innovation happen. And EIT and the KICS is where innovation happens. So EIT is the pan-European innovation powerhouse. We really should have our feet on the ground. We are doing things, we act, we have all the facts and figures we heard. So where innovation happens, close to where people live, close to the lives of people, to make life better, to do the modernization, that's what EIT and the KICS are actually doing.
What are the big challenges you're facing at the moment?
The big challenges everywhere, at every university, every company, is talent. Find the right talent, the right skilled talent, the talent that can work in teams. In the region, in Eindhoven, there's one company who needs 15,000 people by 2030. 15,000. So we really need talent, and there is a lot of people we don't reach yet. We lose a lot of women, we lose a lot of people who for one reason or another don't think it's something for them because it's very tech-driven, and we have to spread the message that it's about the quality of life and about our future, and that everybody can contribute.
I think inclusivity is something that's going to come up in a lot of the conversations we have today, actually, making sure that everybody's part of this transition. Riam, what do you think are the big skills that everybody needs to get ready for the future of 2050? It's a big question, but what do we need to be good at?
From my perspective and the work that I've been doing for the last 6 years, definitely the entrepreneurial mindset and the ability on behalf of scientists and engineers to transform what they're doing into ventures, to bring their research out into the market, and to do so in sustainable ways in collaboration with their universities and other partners.
Sibel, same question for you.
Yeah, I think looking at AB InBev, we are a global brewer with strong roots in Europe, and maybe more known for consumer-facing brands like Leffe and Stella Artois. But what the talent that we are looking for today, and if we want to prepare ourselves for 2050, is really, on the one hand, people that they are tech-savvy and want to work with new digital tools, but also this methodology to be adapting themselves to those new challenges that we face in the company as well. Because we have 600 years of heritage, but we do want to stay for another 600 years, so it requires a lot of transformation. People that are resilient, that want to learn from their setbacks and continuously learn and improve new skills. So I think what we are facing is really the combination of different skills are really critical. And it was already mentioned this morning that a lot of people will need to upskill and reskill. Like 40% of the current core skills will need to change in the coming 5 years. It's something we will need to continue to stimulate those changes. And if I look to what EIT is doing, is really providing those opportunities. EIT Food, for example, has a master in food systems that make that opportunity to connect the skills with what industry really needs.
How do you inspire a worker, though, who says, OK, I've already got enough on my plate. I've got to learn how to do this. I've already learned how to do that. I'm replacing my colleague because we had to make some cuts in the company and so on. I feel like I'm doing 2 jobs already, and now you're saying I need more new skills. How do you get people to move in the direction that you want them to?
I think when we recruit people, we will really look for profiles that love challenges and want to continue to develop, which is really key. And of course, when we, for example, if I take the example in our brewery today, we just have a partnership with Boston Dynamics, and we have this robot dog into the factory.
They're quite scary, aren't they, those robots?
Yeah, and it walks around, and it can do unpredictable maintenance. But we do need an operator that is willing to go into data and detect, like, how can we use this data to improve the efficiencies, to reduce the downtime in the brewery. And I think working on those challenging new projects will inspire people to continue to develop.
Yeah, I would like to comment on that, because it's very important, I think. Already as a student, we confront the students with what they don't know, so that they learn to work in teams. We, for instance, challenge-based learning to get to know the gaps in the knowledge, which kind of expertise they need, and the diversity in the teams. We really strive to cognitive diversity, teams with different backgrounds, people with different ways of processing information, and when you bring them together, the magic happens. And that's why it already starts in education, to get people out of their comfort zone, back behind their computer with the feet in the mud, and do things together. And it starts in education.
But, how do you start the conversation, though, when you're bringing together people who may be a little wary of somebody that they don't know from another kind of skill set, from another world entirely? How do you start the conversation?
Yeah, it's people getting out of their comfort zone. And yeah, like as already said in the previous speech, what's in it for me? Everybody wants to do something that's better for him or her environment, for the family, for the region, and to show people that's really the progress, the future that we have to build together, and that it starts now.
But technically, how do you bring them all together? Do you literally stick them in a room and kind of wait for them to either innovate or kill each other, you know?
No, bring.
So I think starting early is very important. And also when we look at the research infrastructure and the number of people across Europe who are doing PhDs, for example, not everybody, there are fewer academic jobs than people who want to become academics. And also, we can't have all of this very smart kind of workforce with all of this intellectual property going into the same 5 corporates that do everything. So I think it's part of our responsibility to look again at what the educational system is doing, and starting with these young researchers, to work with them in the university, to start meeting entrepreneurs and industry partners, to start forming ventures so that all of this IP is captured to solve problems.
What are the skills, though, that you're giving to those PhD students who are thoroughly, deeply into a very specific question? They're not necessarily thinking in a broad way.
But they have the hard part, which is this very deep intellectual property that they have built years preparing with the world-leading labs. What comes on top of this is a bit of market knowledge about intellectual property, finding the right teams to actually help them package this into a venture, and the right type of investor who helps them move forward. These things already exist.
But again, how do you start the conversation with them? Because I know what PhD students are like, because I get to interview them, and they are completely immersed in their world. They can be a little bit nervous.
Yeah, they are, but actually I would argue that there are more similarities between an ambitious PhD student and a deep tech founder than there are between a PhD student and someone who takes a corporate job. Because they both want to solve a problem, they're both willing to work for years without, specific instruction, with limited resources to tackle something and communicate it everywhere. So actually, when you educate the part that this is actually a more similar thing, they can actually start thinking of themselves. So we at ConceptionX, we came up with the term venture scientist, which is actually resonating quite a lot with these scientists and engineers who want to translate their ideas into ventures.
But how do we get more deep tech companies coming from Europe? How do we make that happen?
By starting with the universities and starting early and trying to convince everybody that writing papers is not everything everybody should do all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also believe in this partnership between enterprises and educational systems. So we have, for example, a brewing and malting chair in the KU Leuven, which is next to our brewery as well, bringing those students together with very practical information about the industry and getting them acquainted with some of the challenges will get them inspired to start a PhD and then later on come back into the industry. We do also Shark Tanks with universities, and I think this is also what the strength is of EIT in general, is really this community building between companies, research, academic world, startups, and I think that is very fruitful for further innovation.
How do you present the information that you give to them? Because, it used to be that you maybe got a brochure or somebody, you got a piece of paper with something written down on it. But is that how you're presenting information now? Are you giving people workshops? Is it videos? How does it work?
Yeah, we do workshops, Shark Tanks. That means we give them like an issue or a challenge that we are facing and we don't have the answer to. They have some time to prepare. We bring in experts from our R&D center or from our operations. They can work together and collaborative, and then they present, and then they come for a big jury with some senior leadership, which is sometimes daunting for them. And then we ask questions, and then the project further evolves. And then when it's really ready to go, we implement, and that's also super interesting for them, because then they see what they have been creating, it really comes to life.
You really actually put it into practice and make it happen.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't just sort of sit in the cupboard afterwards.
No.
Let's talk about the EIT Deep Tech initiative. Imagine I know nothing about it. Explain to me what that is.
It's a very ambitious goal that we will reach to skill 1 million workers in deep tech, where we make a platform where already 780,000 people have been graduated. So it's a way to attract more people to deep tech, and there is also a very interesting part, and that's Girls Go Circular, where we also, and I really am convinced that the circularity is really important, not only in society, but also in the learning trajectory. It's not only studying and then working, but by working with industry, by attracting more women to the very interesting topics of societal challenges, energy of the future, materials of the future. We can attract the unusual suspects to what is deep tech maybe attracts a certain group of people, but to link it to our societal challenges, we can also attract people that maybe previously thought this is nothing for me. And that's what we really want to do by making platform, by bundling all the offers our KICs have and attract more people to a career in science, technology, and innovation.
Can you give us some examples of what deep tech means?
For me, it's very broad, because deep tech is also everything related to solar, to building environments where you recuperate all the materials, to chemistry, to molecules. For me, deep tech is much more than only ICT.
Yeah.
I agree, and we define deep technology as any technology that's based on a meaningful scientific innovation with some level of R&D risk. So I think the reason it's been so hard to pin down is because it's a moving target.
Yeah.
So things that were probably deep tech 10 years ago now exist on the shelf. So anything that takes a while to develop in the lab is deep technology for us.
What are the kind of timelines for a deep tech innovation?
Well, I think it depends on whether you're talking about hardware or software or new materials. So all of these things kind of follow the development path along the technology readiness levels that I guess everybody here is familiar with. So obviously software is easier to iterate. So things like LLMs, quantum computing, etc. You know, you can iterate faster, but things like new materials, vaccines, etc., they take a bit longer to validate.
How do you encourage people, though, to get involved in something that sounds so difficult and it's not necessarily going to pay off?
People who went to study nuclear fusion didn't go because it was easy, right? So I think people are already like in it because they want hard problems to solve.
Because we needed to improve the quality of life. We should really bring it closer to the living environment.
So you make that leap between the
Yes, that's really important, because we need technology because it improves the quality of our lives. And that message attracts typically more female, more atypical profiles, because it really improves our well-being.
Let's talk about AI. We have all of these new tools like ChatGPT, etc. To what extent are they changing this landscape?
Massively.
Yeah.
I think we're not even catching up with how quickly large language models and AI are changing the education system. And it's probably going to be in ways that surprise us as well. Like, for example, all of the Oxbridge educational system is based on writing essays and coming to explain them. So when we're talking about the collation of knowledge that exists out there into stuff like ChatGPT can do that probably better than you. Literature reviews. So it's not really about actually collecting information. It's more about asking the right question of the existing data. And also, people used to say a while back that, you know, writing code, that, you know, you don't, that the machine can do it for you. So I think we are only coming to terms with how we start querying the data that we have to actually come out with better outputs. So I think...
Feel free to make some wild and possibly wrong predictions about the future, but what do you see then in terms of the changes in the education system in light of that? Because I remember doing exactly what you're talking about when I was at university in the 1990s, and it was pretty dull, and it would have been great to have a machine to do it for me.
My take, which is probably not so controversial, is that soft skills are going to become increasingly important.
Right.
So anything that's customizable and learnable and machinable, if you want. Probably a machine is going to do it. But the process of organizing people together, getting people together, the understanding, the kind of human interaction as well.
Right.
Sure, there are robots that can copy that, but I think there's some level of intelligence that we need to organize ourselves around. Making decisions about efficiency, making moral decisions about where to allocate resources as well.
Sibel, can I bring you in on this from a big corporate?
Yeah, indeed. And I think, as you mentioned, it's moving very fast and everyone is playing catch-up here. Also, like very basic things like a ChatGPT policy in the company, right? Because you can use a lot of...
You have one?
Yeah, we are developing one.
Okay.
Because it's important that you don't put any confidential information in there. Like, it's basic things that you need to train everyone on. But on the other hand, we also have a lot of data in the company, and it's, as you say, it will help us to really process data more efficiently, find better correlations between data. But you still need humans to do the interpretation and the actioning about it. And that will be key. I think it will be very interesting how fast that will evolve in the coming years.
Yeah.
How do you spot talents, and then how do you spot problems as well? Can you kind of talk us through both of those things?
We have a very specific hiring process where, as I said, we are really looking for specific talents that are, as you mentioned, a lot of soft skills are needed to be able to adapt to all those changing environments. But we are also recruiting more data specialists now than 10 years ago, of course, because there is so much data to process. So that is going to be key. And then, of course, you will need people that continue to learn. We will, on the one hand, we give them on-the-job training. We are rotating people a lot within the company. They stay 2 to 3 years in a certain department. They move on. They will look at the processes from a different point of view.
Can you go into a bit more detail on that? Because you were telling me about that earlier, and that sounds fascinating, and it would be very weird if you did it in my business, honestly, because suddenly I'd be like the sound man, and the sound man would be the TV presenter or something, which would just seem very strange to everybody involved. But can you just explain what you do?
Yeah, so within AB InBev, of course, we are, as you mentioned, we are a large corporate, so we have this ability that maybe for SMEs it's probably a bit more difficult to apply. But we have the culture that every 2 to 3 years people will really change departments. So, for example, somebody from finance can go to people, but I have legal people in my team, I have lawyers. I have one that became a brewery manager. And what is important is that people with different skill sets, they come into a different environment, it's out of their comfort zone, they will look at problems from a different pair of eyes, and it's all about the diversity of teams. And if you have people with different backgrounds looking at a specific problem, you will have a much better outcome in the end than you will have people with the same background and same expertise looking at the same
So you
issue.
consider the value added of somebody actually doesn't really know anything about this team coming into it?
Yes, because they will ask much more questions, right? And then you will certainly question things you have been doing for 10 years maybe, and they say like, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
And then people will say, we always have done that, which is the wrong answer, obviously. And so that's what you need. You need to take people out of the comfort zone and continue to question. That's the only way to catch up on this fast evolving environment.
It sounds fascinating. I mean, what's the department, anecdotally, what's the one that everybody wants to go to? Obviously, I'd want to go to the brewing department, but which is the one that everybody wants to go to?
To be honest, it's sustainability. It's
Right.
really the topic that is hot to the company, and since we have very strong sustainability ambitions at AB InBev, and we see that everyone is excited, and everyone wants to be part of the program. You need also a lot of technical skills to think about CO2 emissions and how to adapt, but everyone is super engaged about the topic, and I think that's a department.
Everybody's got a view on that. Yeah, anyway, can I bring you in? Thoughts on this way of doing things?
I fully agree, and agility, versatility is really important, and we want to train our students also in that, and that's what I wanted to add there. That's why it's so important to keep education, innovation, acceleration together, because it is a circular process, and we will need the reskilling, the upskilling. The university, the knowledge institutes, the research institute have to take their responsibility to train, to reskill, and that's why really the triangle is the uniqueness and the full strength of the EIT to bring those actors together, because everybody has the automatically dies in its own silo, and then no innovation happens. Innovation happens at the connection, at the borderline of the disciplines, and that's why it's so important to keep the three pillars closely together to where people live.
Would you like to just say something, and then I'm going to open it up to questions?
Yeah, and like I entirely agree, but another change that we're seeing with how education is moving and changing with AI and LLMs and everything is this change of focus from kind of standardized knowledge to more personalized one. So for example, the whole concept of standardized tests is to give everybody the same test and then see how they do, then you score them against each other and people do something. That's slowly changing, because now tests are becoming customizable based on what someone knows. So the focus is going on like improving each individual's knowledge relative to their own baseline, so that they can become a better and more educated person and, you know, improve their skills rather than basically the same test.
Where is that happening?
So there are tons of products and companies coming out where the idea is that you feed the machine material and it starts creating tests, multiple choice quizzes, etc., based on what you know, and then it continues improving so that you actually know the whole material. So it's not.
That seems to make a lot of sense, and somebody should probably tell the French education system about that. Can we put the lights up and please get some questions from the audience? Thinking of the French education system, what should my girls who are 14 and 16, what should they be going into? What business should they be getting into? What's the skills they should be learning now?
They should follow their passion and be ambitious and be stimulating.
One of them loves space and the other one kind of just wants to make money.
They should work together.
They work together. There we go, space startup. I like it. Gal suggests that one. Right, do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, we do. So would you like to stand up, and then somebody will bring you over a microphone. It's the race of the microphones. Here we go. So just tell us your name and tell us where you're from, organization, and then ask your question.
Yeah. I'm Elias, a student entrepreneur here in Brussels. I have a question concerning the actual theme of this whole panel and in general the event. We've seen that there are some sectors that we are focused on, such as the health, the clean tech. We know that we have to reskill people, upskill people, and that there is a skill shortage. What the question that I have in my mind is, how you gonna do that? What is the actual processes to actually make sure that the learning that takes in place is actually tangible?
Yeah, okay. Well, you need. Thank you for the question. You need a partnership with business and education institutes, where you make, aided by the AI and the ChatGPT tools, personalized learning paths that you digitalize, but where you also train the interpersonal skills. So you can make very personalized learning paths, as our cakes do, because it's very much customized to the needs of you as the company, and the customer. And with all the new skills we have, you need to do that very close to the companies, very close to the universities. And by personalizing it, you can make it much more efficient, and you can take time for interpersonal contacts, for interpersonal skills as well. So.
To what extent do you take on board the person's personality? You're saying personalized, but personality is super important.
Yeah, for me, it's really important. So I think the skills of leadership and getting the natural best out of people will become much more important. And it will also be part of the training and the upskilling to say, sorry, but this will never work. Yeah. Not everybody will be an entrepreneur. And there we also should, that's also interpersonal skills, be direct, communicate about that, and not digitalize everything. So the personal, the human resource, the leadership skills will become more important.
We have some more questions right at the back. This is a challenge for the man with the microphone.
And just kind of a second answer,
go ahead.
another practical thing is existing programs that are in the EU. So for example, because I'm in it, Conception X helps train PhDs to become entrepreneurs. It's a non-profit, it's been going on for 6 years, and there's a lot of other ones out there in the EU as well. So setting up initiatives that train people is the practical way to do it.
The truth is I can't see you very well, but I can just about make out a figure.
I can approach myself.
Oh, well, that would be good.
So my name is Natalia Chernetska. I manage the Deep Tech Talent Initiative that was mentioned here many times. You can visit us in booth at Riverside from 1 to 3, but I have a question. These panels seem to focus on young people. French educational system, your daughters, some young people, young students. We in Europe have an aging society. So what are we going to do about people in their 40s, 50s, 60s? How are we going to reskill, upskill them in deep tech or even in digital skills?
That's a good question. Who fancies answering that one?
Well, I said PhD students who could be any age. Yeah. So this is my cop-out of this question.
No, but it's certainly, there's a lot of friction there, right? When you're 50-odd, you're just thinking...
I don't know, we have quite a lot of people who go into the education system a bit later.
Yeah, it's definitely not only about young people, definitely not. And that's why the societal challenges, what's in it for me? And if you can do something, there are a lot of interesting stories of women who, after that, their children got independent, retrain in a digital way. It makes it also more accessible and more open. If you can start yourself at home and then in steps go to the more interactive environment. And it's more democratic and more inclusive because everybody can start in a digital way.
But how do you motivate somebody who's in their 50s, who's already got their set of skills, they've got an okay salary?
But the thing is, so my serious answer to the question, before I was semi-joking, is that as part of the deep tech ecosystem, there are also the people who have worked in industry who want to become mentors and reskill and join companies as advisors. There are also partners, coaches who have spent a lifetime doing something who can do these in a transferable way, because building deep tech takes a lot of skills, as everybody knows here. So I think it's about, for people who are later on in their careers, it's also about if they want to join other younger companies or other initiatives as advisors or mentors, that's always a possibility.
Sibel?
Yeah, I think if you want to keep people motivated throughout their career, it's about giving them enough different type of assignments and challenges that they feel that they can bring added value to the project. And I think that really will keep people going throughout their career. If you change them on a regular basis, they will have a very broad skill set that can be used in different ways. They can later on go into an advisory role, but I do believe it's really about that continuous learning, continuous challenging, and building skills throughout the year that will keep people having a long career.
But doing that requires very good management, doesn't it? Which is listening to those people and trying to help them to become inspired. How do you do that? Well,
it's that you have a good people department that has a good policy and that really think about people's career. And that's what we do. At AB InBev, we have a very strong evaluation process, but think about also career opportunities. We move people in time. We think about their skill set, and we think about how we can move them to the next phase in each of their moment in life. Okay. And I think that's, you need to have a good people department that has a strategy around that.
I think I've got time for one more question down here. And then, Joyce, get ready, because we're coming over to you to see what you're drawing.
My name is Manfred Ronsheimer. I'm a science journalist from Berlin. I'm wondering why you are not discussing about educational technologies. Isn't EdTech an important issue for Educate?
Yes, of course it is. And we are, I think all universities and all KICs are working, and also companies are working very hard on new educational technologies, using AI, all the new tools that are now developed in interactive classrooms, in personal chat sessions. That's also ongoing. It's just a coincidence that we didn't talk about it. It is really important, but it is happening.
Any other comments on that?
Just about how the process of examining people via new educational technologies is changing as well. So creating customizable quizzes, doing more experiential thinking, using AR and virtual reality to kind of teach concepts to younger kids. There is a ton of that stuff coming out as well. So it's a very rapid changing field and we encourage it.
Super interesting. And what you were saying about mentoring, I think, as well, is also very important as well, passing information between generations and helping those skill sets come together. It's really fascinating talking about this, and I want to see what it looks like when somebody tries to draw a picture of it. So let's go over to Joyce van Kerkhove and see what we've got here. And we can see it in front of us here. I can see that interpersonal skills will be key. Fight for talent. You have to be tech-savvy, entrepreneurial mindset. What does that mean, an entrepreneurial mindset, necessarily? What do you need to... I mean, great, hey, I'm going to start a business. I mean, after that, what is it?
It's daring to do new things, to do things that haven't been done before.
Right. Does it have to be something that's never been done before?
No, but maybe that you haven't done before.
Yes.
It's doing. It's the sense of trying and doing things.
Anybody else got a comment on that?
Curiosity, being really passionate about solving a problem, and resilience.
And stamina, probably, as well.
Yeah.
Staying with it for a long time.
Not enough to burn out.
No.
Like, it's like a marathon. So.
Yeah. Sibylle?
Yeah, I think on the entrepreneurial mindset, I think at ABI we have a group that really works on innovations, which is cross-functional, where you have on the one hand your R&D team, but also your marketing team and your insights team, and it's connecting all the different dots. And they bring together new products to the market, which is really interesting because they can have their own little venture within the company, right?
Innovation happens at the moment when people collaborate. How fascinating. And of course, we'll be doing plenty of that very soon during the lunch break. But before that, we have a very interesting cultural interlude coming up. But let me say thank you very much to Sylvia Lennertz, to Riam Canso and Sibylle Royce-Book for being with us. It's been a real pleasure talking about this. And please catch them later on for discussions, any questions, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies, and indeed, Jeremy, for that panel discussion, the first of 3 panel discussions that we will have today. And coming up this afternoon, there will be 2 more, of course. Now, I'm going to let our tech team start to remove the furniture because I want to whet your appetite for our cultural interlude. We've talked a lot about educating. We will talk a lot about innovating, about business, about entrepreneurial things. So we're going to refresh ourselves with a bit of culture. While they're getting ready, let me remind you once again about the Agora exhibition. I know everyone's in here paying attention to what's being said on stage, but during the lunch break that's coming up, please do take the time to go and meet members of those KIC communities. There's also the European Innovation Council, got a stand there. The European Cooperation in Science and Technology, go find out more about them. They're a funding organization, so those of you looking for funding, maybe go and get some tips and tricks there as well. We also have the European Investment Fund, also helping SMEs get access to finance, and you can also meet the European Innovation Council, as I said, and the European Research Executive Agency. And you saw the announcement earlier today about the Solar Academy, so go and find the stand there for the Solar Impulse Foundation, and you can find out a bit more about the collaboration that's going to go on between the 2 bodies. Now, I know many of you have also got scheduled these one-on-one meetings, or as we used to call them, the speed dating sessions. Please do take advantage of those. They're scheduled into your timetable so that you should have enough time to meet people, really network, make new communications or new collaborations going forward. Don't feel that you're going to miss out on anything in the main stage or in the other auditoriums. Do take advantage of those as they are built into the program, and we want you to get the most out of it. Later on, of course, this evening there will be more opportunities for networking. So again, feel free to use your time during the day to talk to those exhibitors that we see over on the riverside as well, because they've set up their stands there. You can meet the members of the 9 Kicks, and they're also over there. You can meet the members of the EIT Awards finalists. Now, we have the awards ceremony happening later this evening. Some of them are judged by our panel of expert judges, but of course there is the Public Choice Award, which you can vote for using the QR code that's on your, should be on your badges, but there's also different points around the building. Good Lord. Different points around the building where you can scan that QR code and vote. But if in order to help you do that voting, you probably want to go over and check out those exhibitions over on the riverside of the building. Now, on social media, I see we have a lot of people sharing and communicating, so we want you to keep doing that. Remember that the hashtag to do that is Innovate, that's I-N-N-O-V-E-I-T. I'm not really sure how we're supposed to pronounce it, but remember to tag your fellow colleagues and your partners and anyone who's not here today to make them feel thoroughly jealous that they're missing out on today's great event. Now, it looks like we're more or less set up, I think. Have I got the nod about whether we are ready to go for our cultural interlude? I should announce that there are flashing lights, so if you're sensitive to flashing lights, please be aware that that will happen during this cultural interlude. The theme, as you may have guessed from the stage setup, is water, and that's to tie into our first panel after the lunch break, which will focus on the needs that we face globally on challenges of preserving our most essential natural resource, water, the marine environment, and the maritime sector. So please do watch out for the links between what we're talking about here in the beautiful cultural interlude and the details of what we're talking about afterwards on the panel. So prizes to everyone who finds those links. Now, let me say that this event has been put together by choreographer and artist Freya Powells, so please, a big warm round of applause for her. Well, how do I follow that? Certainly not by jumping in the water. I will tell you now that we have our lunch break is starting now. You will find food on both sides, so in the Agora and over in the Riverside. Please do be back here in the main auditorium for our next panel, the Innovate panel, at 2 o'clock. Have a great lunch.
Lunch will be served in the Riverside and in the Grand Hall. Thank you.
Let's bring the guitar play.
Tu veux que je parle? Ouais, c'est ça que...
Good afternoon. The EIT Summit 2024 will continue in 10 minutes. Thank you. Please make your way to the auditorium. The EIT Summit 2024 will continue in 5 minutes. Thank you. Please make your way to the auditorium. The EIT Summit 2024 will continue in 2 minutes. Thank you. Please make your way to the auditorium. The EIT Summit 2024 will continue in 1 minute. Thank you. Please take your seats in the auditorium. The EIT Summit 2024 is about to continue. Thank you. Please take your seats. The EIT Summit 2024 is about to continue. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a chance to refresh and refuel, and as well as making your networking contacts and those one-on-one meetings, which I must remind you about throughout the day. But this next panel should provide plenty of food for thought. We're going to talk about one of the most pressing challenges facing the world in the years to come, and that is the preservation of our water supplies, looking as well at the marine and maritime environments. So it's a huge challenge, but it's also potentially a huge opportunity. The potential for innovation is vast. And the preservation of water and those maritime ecosystems is at the heart of the European Green Deal. And it is aiming to tackle these challenges through targeted actions, including Zero Pollution Action Plan, the greening of farming practices, and the increase and better management of inland waterways. So although considerable success has been achieved, those steps have been taken, there's still a long way to go. And we're going to look at, in this next panel, what might be the road ahead, or the canal ahead, perhaps, if we're talking inland waterways, and what sorts of breakthroughs we may see through innovation and new technologies. Now, to boost innovation in the water sector across Europe, it is foreseen under Horizon Europe and the EIT's Strategic Innovation Agenda to the year 2027 that the EIT will launch a call for proposals for a new kick on water, marine and maritime. That is dependent on an ex-ante commission study, which we see is going to happen in the future. It should be by Q3 this year. We're going to talk about that ahead, not trying to jump ahead of the assessment of the commission, but looking at what are the broader challenges, what can the EIT bring to solve these problems, and how can we bring the whole community together to really offer a glimpse of a technologically advanced future that is solving this resource problem. We'll look at the recent trends and developments in protecting water as a valuable resource, and we'll look at the areas of growing concern, where the new glimmers of hope might be, and how we carry that flame forward. So I would please like to invite to the stage my three excellent panelists: Martina Larkin, member of the EIT Governing Board, head of Europe and Eurasia of the World Economic Forum; Braulio Eduardo Moreira, who is Head of Resilience Solutions, also at the World Economic Forum, and Andy Zinga, EIT Food Ambassador and formerly the CIO of EIT Food for 5 years. Please join me on stage. Well, thank you all very much. Martina, let me start with you. Give us a sense of the broader EIT innovation model and how that might be applied to this potential new kick.
Thank you. Thanks, Jennifer. It's great to be here. Thanks, everyone, to join today, but also this panel, of course. The EIT, as I think many of you have heard already throughout the day, is Europe's largest innovation ecosystem. And you've heard a lot about the results it's produced, the impact it has had. But essentially, it's at the intersection of education, innovation, and accelerating business growth, startups, and scale-ups across Europe. And there's a number of the KICs, the innovation communities, that work on specific issues, food, for example, but also many other topics that we think are important to innovate around and to show leadership when it comes to European innovation. And when you think about the hundreds of thousands of students that have been educated and come through the program, and all of the thousands of startups that have been created, billions of investments into this, I think it's a very unique model to think about how these communities, but also the topics interrelate. And I think it's all about, a different mindset when it comes to innovation. It's not just putting funding into it or just educating it, and it's not just about one issue. It's really the intersection of issues, people, ideas, and how to really make the change happen, right? And one of the important other things I would say is changing the way Europe sees itself as an innovation powerhouse globally is an important aspect that we want to bring to the table. We always look to Silicon Valley, the US, or even China when it comes to innovation, but Europe has so much to offer, and I think we want to be part of showcasing that and part of helping people understand that and be part of that.
Paolo, before we get into the very nitty-gritty, give us a sort of more high-level overview on how you see the resilience and innovation ecosystem in Europe. What's your take on whether we should be optimistic about the future?
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation. So the World Economic Forum is the international organization for public-private collaboration, and part of our work is really to help organizations to respond to the most pressing questions in our planet. And the questions that EIT is responding exactly aligns with those. EIT is a global force in terms of innovation. It's a global force in terms of defining agendas, and the agendas that are set in Europe, time after time, lead other countries to replicate those ideas and to create their own ideas. So this is a mission we very much support, and we're honored to collaborate in a number of fronts. Now, I think it is key that for EIT and for many other organizations, including the World Economic Forum, to keep exploring those difficult questions. And that's why we're very excited to be here. And I'm personally very excited to be here whilst we are talking about this new initiative on water and especially on marine ecosystem. Because those are questions that are more complex, that require more collaborations, that require not only thinking about our water systems, our water actors, but also the other systems that are deeply connected. So health, planning, etc., etc. So this is a really exciting moment, and we're really, really pleased to be here. Really, really pleased that the European Union is again taking leadership on answering one of these really challenging questions for the world.
Andy, your sort of zoom-out question, I'd like you to give me what you believe is, if you like, the EIT secret sauce when it comes to developing a new kick to respond to an urgent challenge.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I think one thing there's a lot of evidence for a particular piece of the whole EIT puzzle to work very well, and that is knowledge triangle integration. And the knowledge triangle integration is, of course, where large corporates work with startups, and there's always what I like to refer to as knowledge partners, namely universities and research centers. And that is because oftentimes when you have a very large challenge, it is almost impossible for just one player to solve it. And in fact, if a large corporate is looking for an answer to a problem that needs to be scaled, there are startups, and in my experience, and I was previously CEO of a company called 9 Sigma, which is an open innovation search firm, almost never can a solution be 100% that's provided from outside of this large corporate. And that's where the knowledge partners come in, right? They can help to get those solutions across the finish line so that the smaller companies, the startups, can actually get to the finish line in time to actually benefit from the scaling. So I think that's one. But I think importantly also the model of building an ecosystem, because again, a lot of times when you're doing open innovation, again, my experience from all those years in this business is that these relationships, they're not transactional. So we see a lot of different companies that just submit a proposal, they see a call, submit a proposal. But in actual fact, it takes some relationship building, which is what this ecosystem can do for those partners. And we have 300 partners plus in our ecosystem, and they know how to talk to each other. They're efficient at understanding how to best work together to really mesh and come up with the right solutions that hit it really on the head. Mind you, they can always bring and they always do bring outside partners outside of this partnership into the consortia, which is much welcome because we really want to find the best solutions to those big problems. And certainly, the water area has many really big challenges that would warrant the setting up of a CIC. So therefore, I think the secret sauce is really in the ecosystem, knowledge triangle integration, and also the funding, which is which is sort of like the fuel that focuses everybody's attention, right? So, because remember, many corporates have to take risky bets, and if you have some funding there, the risk threshold goes down. So, and that's actually helpful for many of these big problems that need to be solved.
Well, let's talk about water and why it is the big challenge. I've got some statistics. 75% of jobs globally in some way, shape or form rely on water. Since 1980, marine pollution has increased tenfold. That's a lot. That's something in the region of 12.7 million tons of plastic pollution into the oceans every year. And the projections for 2040 are alarming. They're around 20 million tons. So that's part of the problem globally. 20% of the European territory experiences water stress, and that impacts around 30% of the population. So that is a sizable chunk of our European citizenry that is being impacted. So the economic ramifications of that, then, the ramifications of drought in particular, range from 2 to 9 billion euros per year. And that's only the bits we can count. There's a lot also that's unquantifiable. Martina, so tell us, how do we break down a problem of that size? We try to do it in ways sensing water tables, marine, maritime, inland waterways, but give me your assessment of how do we grapple with such a huge problem?
I wish I could answer that in like 60 seconds, but first of all, I think it's really critical we just, really think about how critical water is to us in our lives. Literally, we wouldn't exist without water on this planet as humans, right? So it's in many ways it's called blue gold because it is so fundamental as a resource to us. And we are facing a water crisis, I would say, across the world. In Europe, 9 out of, not to add more statistics, but 9 out of 10 of the natural disasters are related to water. And we see it, I think, all of us every day, whether it's in Switzerland and the mountains and droughts that you've mentioned in the Mediterranean, or flooding in the north. You see it across the board. And I do think, as was mentioned by some of the fellow panelists, a major challenge like this cannot be addressed by one single actor with one single sort of silver bullet solution, right? We need coalitions of the willing. We need enough funding that goes behind it, but more than that, and policies and all of that. But I do think, to the point of today, the innovation is really what's going to get us beyond that. And I would love to hear from the audience as well, those who are developing some of these solutions. What are some of the solutions that we think are feasible, that can scale? Where do we need to invest the resources that we have, our energy, into solving this problem? Because it's not going to be done by one actor or one individual only, but we have to work together in partnerships. And I think also we need to be really committed to it. I think today we see so many concurrent crises, and attention, gets drawn away because of an urgent crisis here or there or whatever it is. And I think for something like water, which is such a really critical, fundamental, cross-cutting issue, we need to make this really high on our priority list and stick to it. And you may touch on this as well, but we're falling really short of some of the targets. Many people have said, let's build targets and goals like SDGs and things like that. But when you look at the water targets, we're not anywhere close of reaching those. So I think we need to now try to really use innovation and innovate ourselves out of those problems in a way that makes it much more sustainable, but in a much more of an ecosystem collaborative way.
Well, Braulio, when we're talking about those targets and maybe falling short, where are the, if you like, the knowledge gaps or the skills gaps or even the technological gaps that need to be bridged in order to help us hit the targets?
So I think where there is a substantial gap is around that secret sauce we were talking before. So how to build the enabling environments that go beyond, you know, here is the innovator and here are the partners that the innovator needs to make their business sustainable. We need to be very bold about that ecosystem for innovation. An ecosystem for innovation includes not only those relationships, not only the funding, but also the policies in place. The strategic work that only governments can do is also required. So, bottom line, we are going to need quite a lot of that, you know, special sauce to make this happen on water. What is the challenge here is that, first of all, a systemic approach is required. We cannot think about specific problems without thinking about value chains and the whole system and how water changes inform how the management of water resources go from one actor to the other, to the other, to the other, then it's consumed, and then it goes to another actor. We need to understand and embrace that, and organizations like EIT, the European Union, the European governments need to take leadership in understanding and take leadership on that systemic perspective. And the second aspect for me, as I said before, is around exploring more deeply the interfaces between water systems and the other systems. If we think, for example, about the second source of carbon emissions in buildings in Europe is actually heating water in buildings. And that's an interface between energy and water. If we think why on-site water reuse solutions are not widely spread in the European Union, is because there is an interface between public health and water. So those are really the problems where we need to explore more deeply. And, you know, investments, strategic investments need to be put in those areas. Also, and a final example that I find really shocking, but we need to think about this as a challenge for innovation and creativity, is the fact that the oceans around Europe are polluted by, you know, nutrients and substances that come from our agricultural sector. Let's not blame the farmers. Let's really think about what kind of support the farmers need so that the outputs of their work is something that contributes to the health of those ecosystems too.
Can I?
Yes, absolutely.
I'd like to just make a quick addition to what you mentioned. So all your points were fantastic. I will say an additional interface is the one to food, right? So, I mean, we are EIT Food, and we really know there's a very strong connection between food and water, because there is no food security without water security, right? So that's clear. And also, many of the food systems in many areas are actually threatened by water scarcity and polluted water and such like. So we at EIT Food undertook a number of projects to actually address those issues. You know, one of them being that you have a lot of runoff from agricultural nitrates and such like. So we have a very substantial regenerative agriculture innovation portfolio project where we co-fund with corporates and others a whole value chain, because you mentioned value chain. It is totally rings true to my ears. And so I just want to stress and double stress the role that water has for food. I mean, there's no food system cannot survive without water. So to us, it's important, and we've done a number of projects and have created some solutions for it as well.
Absolutely. I mean, the agri-sector knows better than anyone the essentialness of water as a resource. Martina, let me break down about where we need skills and technologies in terms of how do we use education and innovation to preserve water as a resource for the well-being of citizens and society. And then I want to separate that out from the potential for entrepreneurial and business opportunities. So the one hand, how much we need it for the well-being and health of the population, and what sort of innovation we need in that area.
Yeah, and you know, we can expand the sort of systems that interconnect with water endlessly. And I think, you know, health is the other one. Like, there's so many of them. You know, you could say conflict as well, right? Like, because there's going to be conflict and has been conflict over water resources as well, trade, other topics, of course. When it comes to the education piece and talent, you know, at least from the EIT perspective, these partners that we work with, the universities, the academic institutions, but also other educational sort of institutions, are a critical kind of first step for many to really bring in the educational piece and helping people understand not only the importance, but also the solutions, and partially also the new technologies, right? So how do we learn about how to address that problem from an innovative perspective, not just like learning how it works and, you know, what the problems are, but also the problem-solving aspect, and how to change the mindset with people about, oh, well, this is, you know, a major challenge, and you know, all of these problems, and here's a list of all the complexities about it, to how do we solve for it? How do we put forward solutions? I think this morning's talks by Bertrand Piccard was a great sort of shift in terms of thinking not just of the problems, but thinking big and bold and ambitiously about solutions. Like, let's put hundreds of solutions out there that tackle an issue related to water, like they are doing with the foundation. But there's so many other organizations in Europe and beyond that are working on this, and getting people educated about the possibilities about those solutions, I think, is really important, and getting talent into these spaces, and get them excited about the possibilities, and why, you know, their role can be really critical in addressing it, and showcasing that this is not a siloed approach, but really leads to solving of many, many other challenges, but also opportunities, right?
Well, let me follow up, because I've probably artificially created two silos, looking at, if you like, the health side and then the well-being side, almost like a civil society point of view. And then I want you to look at it from, if you like, the blue economy, the business, the entrepreneurial side of it. Do you think there's a different approach in who's looking to create the technological leaps in those two areas, or are they fundamentally dovetailing?
Well, maybe it's a little bit of both, right? Like, maybe they come from both angles, or maybe they need to. I think in the end, sometimes solutions come from the most unexpected sources as well, right? Like, as we have seen with many of the big innovations. But it does require certain, you know, desire to want to change the way we see things today, and want to really, you know, build solutions around those, and be ambitious around it, I would say. And you know, I think, to the point that we started with, this is not sort of like a small issue that, you know, requires sort of a little bit of incremental change here or there. I do think we're at a stage where we see a crisis that requires fundamental change that can then affect all these other systems that are related to it.
Braulio, do you see the role of education in training, if you like, the next generation of entrepreneurs to focus on water is something that's happening? Or do you think that innovation will come where it's needed, or do we need to push it in the direction of water or maritime?
So we need to recognize that Europe has done an amazing job in the last 60 years in terms of formal education. Mm-hmm. The achievements of the Union is something that, you know, it's, again, world leading in terms of education. Now, and as Mr. Skinas mentioned, Vice President Skinas mentioned this morning, the job market is changing. And it is changing at a speed in which formal education will not be sufficient. So we need to think not only about what formal education can do, but also the other ways to change knowledge with our people, with our workforce, so that they also recognize that in waters, in the blue economy, there are opportunities. Mm-hmm. Now, one of the key challenges of upskilling is that that's often associated with formal education. And this is something that is going to be very difficult to implement if we only rely on that formal education. It's critical to invest, and I think EIT is such a great place to talk about this, in innovation, in you know, startups, and really ensuring that people have that mini ecosystem, the immediate ecosystem I would call, but also is very important for governments to build a broader ecosystem. Only then, young people especially, young professionals will feel that actually they can, make their own big bet, and they can, because then they know they will be supported. And that's the role of governments, that's the role of philanthropies, that's the role of every single actor who's interested in the innovation space. And finally, it's key for us to really, as leaders, and I think EIT has this leadership role, to guide that innovation a little bit. Again, it's not only about education in terms of formal programs, but how we share the right messages so that innovators, people who are creative, can identify that there are specific points in value chains that require special attention. I just mentioned, whenever we boil water to have a cup of tea, whenever we take a shower, that consumes a lot of energy. So a lot of innovation is required there. How we can actually guide innovators towards those are the points that really, really need help, where actually there is no policy. So let's think about that. Let's think about how we share content without really being, in content that actually new, young professionals can relate to. So often formal education is not the solution, but also we cannot forget about it either.
Just wanted to, so it's great that you mentioned the piece on how can we educate some of those entrepreneurs. So the EIT does something that I believe is really super helpful, and that is the EIT incentivizes cross-kick collaboration. So many kicks, so every year there's a certain pool of budget that's available for different kicks to work together. And on water, I think there's an excellent opportunity. And in fact, we already have been very instrumental in pushing a project called a Water Scarcity Project, because water scarcity is a real problem for the food system, obviously, in Southern Europe, like Spain, Portugal, Greece, etc. And as one of those projects, we actually created a so-called Water Academy, because we believe it's very important to not just raise awareness, but also to give water literacy to both entrepreneurs, but also to the broader public. Because if you give it to the broader public, you can actually have people that can advocate for better water use, right, to others. But going back to the water academies, they were really for entrepreneurs to learn things like water efficiency in industry, urban water management, and things like nature-based solutions and water reuse in agriculture. So those are all these pieces that we felt are very tangible and important for those entrepreneurs to know, including entrepreneurs that are already working on water solutions, because when we're talking about water solutions, they're usually just one piece of a much larger puzzle, and we thought it's important to give them that overarching view to the whole piece.
Well, you mentioned water scarcity, and it's something we're grappling with, I think, increasingly in Europe, but it is a problem that has faced other parts of the world for decades. And perhaps there are alternative solutions that our homegrown entrepreneurs in the EU could build on. But is there a sense that there may be technological innovations just waiting to happen in Europe that could solve crises in the global south or in other parts of the planet? Martina, do you think that's something that the entrepreneurs here who are developing solutions might be looking towards? And is this something that the EIT can foster in helping to grow them as entrepreneurs?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we shouldn't be sort of just limiting it geographically to Europe, but really think about more holistically about those solutions and how they could be applied geographically in different industries and different themes and areas, right? I think there's an interesting topic also around not just the scarcity of water, the security of water, but also the waste of water, similar to food waste, the waste that we heard this morning also about, energy that we're using. How do we change how we think about this and how we waste less, not just, create more or bring it to different places. But to your question about, should it go beyond just this kind of geography and other places in the world, absolutely. I think this this is also probably one of the inspirations for many entrepreneurs, not just because it solves sort of the immediate backyard issues, but also it has the potential to scale beyond the borders.
Socially conscious entrepreneurs. I mean, there's also, of course, we haven't touched on it as well, the mitigation of damage caused by flooding and so on, which is perhaps the other side of the scale. I know we've 10 minutes left, so I would like to see if there's questions from the floor. I'm sure there must be innovative thinkers in this room who have thoughts on water scarcity, water damage, more effective water use. If you've got any ideas on how a KIC might collaborate with that. I see one hand up in the middle at the back. Anybody else would like to add something to our panel as well? And I've got our two and our MEP at the front here as well. So I'll take the gentleman at the back and then our two here in the front row.
Hello. Hi. My name is Tesivald, and I'm a founder of Economiam. Basically, I'm creating a waterless toilet technology, which integrated system for a decentralized. So basically, it's a decentralized system where I collect human waste and use it as food, basically for farming. We are creating this biochar from human waste. So my question is I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a startup, and I'm working on this technology since 2 years right now, and has been very long journey, very different. And I recently came back from Singapore from another European Commission program, and for me it's quite new to hear about EIT, and I'm very pleased that I met many of you today. And so my question is, how would you help or integrate into a startup where it's already existing? And what can you provide to a globalization and to protect startups from a global market and a global ecosystem?
Okay, so what can you do to help SMEs? And do we want to insulate you from global competition, or is competition healthy? That's my question to use. But Andy, you're going to tackle that.
Yeah, maybe just because you asked a question, how could you as an entrepreneur integrate into the EIT system, right? So, and what I would do is I would look at the various business creation programs that all the KICs have. We at EIT Food, we have a complete soup to nuts program that includes an incubator, an accelerator. So if you have a business set up already, but you still have some problems to solve, then we have a 3 to 4 month program whereby you can enroll and solve those problems and also get potential clients. We also have a scale-up program. So what you have to do is to look at when there are calls for businesses to submit their proposals or submit their programs to see which programs they want to enroll in. So that's one. As far as the global dimension is concerned, we like to look at ourselves, all of us KICs, I think, as global citizens, but we create solutions in Europe for the world. So what we want to avoid is to have IP flow out of Europe. So basically set up a company, we support it, and then this company ends up setting up headquarters in the United States. So that would be a little bit counterproductive and maybe even a waste of taxpayer money. So therefore, we'd like to find a way to say, here in Europe, we have a lot of different problems to solve that can then be solved also in other places, but ideally, we'd like to solve them by having the center of knowledge. That's also why we bring in the knowledge triangle, whereby you as an entrepreneur have access to all those knowledge partners, universities, research centers that help you to complete your product, which is also incidentally a part of the program in an accelerator program. And again, I think pretty much every KIC operates an accelerator. So I would start there if I were you.
Okay, now I see we have MEP Paul Rubik, who's actually written books on sustainability of water.
Yes, first of all, thank you so much, Paul Rubik. I'm also a member of the Economic and Social Committee, former member of European Parliament. And of course, the question is emergency preparedness. We know, and in your introduction, you brought it to the point, that we have a lack on water. But I think the main issue is the management of water. It comes down from the sky, and then we should collect, and then we should treat, and then we should reuse. So this circle economy in water will play a key role, but we have not enough understanding on the European political area how important water is. We have here Pernille Weiss from the European Parliament. He's a water ambassador. And what I want to ask you, do you think it's necessary to create the own commissioner on water? We have one on energy. Why not one on water? And also in the committees of the European Parliament, maybe we can introduce water into one of the committees because it's too important for all of us. So how do you think we can get the water kick also on the political level as a very important area?
Well, thank you very much. It's a political question. We already have a DG Mare, we have a commissioner who deals with inland waterways. Is it time to start thinking of water more broadly? Yes, let's tell the next mandate what we want to see happen.
I'm happy to take the risk. I'm external here. So I think you're completely right. We need to recognize that water is a problem with multiple phases. So sometimes there is too little water, and water is a basic need. So it needs to be delivered in an inclusive and safe way. Also, it's a critical service, so we need to make sure the continuity of this. But also, when there is too much water, we need to reduce the risk associated with that. So what is the way to proceed on, from that perspective, in my view, is, of course, promote innovation, bring those new solutions, bring those technologies, but also, very importantly, to really, in parallel, create the policy conversations and the policy innovations that Europe badly needs in terms of water, so that whenever those technologies are ready for the market, those technologies can actually be used in Europe. We have solutions on on-site water reuse that are used in places like Windhoek in Namibia or San Francisco in California in the United States that cannot be used in the European Union. So it is not only a challenge about innovation and innovators and whether they are supported economically, it's also very important to provide them with the support of policy and also the support of strategies that need to be in place so that there is confidence in the market that a new future for water is happening in Europe.
Thank you. I'm going to try and squeeze in two last questions, so I'll ask you to be concise, but do put a question to our panel. And then we'll come back.
Thank you very much. Xavier Le Prince from the University of Lille, next door, and you have also Eura Technology in charge of innovation. Maybe one question to the panel is about examples. Could you maybe give some examples that illustrate the water innovation? For example, access to fresh water in most countries in the world, industrial waste that we can clean, or soil contaminations, microplastics. So do you see some good example to illustrate the discussion?
Okay, and if we can pass it back just a little bit, I'll let our panels think about that for a moment while we take the final question as well.
Caterina Berbeni-Rehm, I'm leading a spin-off of European Research and Results. Am I allowed to be a bit critic in a very constructive way, maybe sort of advocatus diaboli? I have participated to European projects in between 2000 and 2004, just to give you an idea. And groundwater management, urban water management with an international consortium. My question is, shouldn't we, before looking for additional innovation, make an inventory of what we have achieved, of what has been spent in innovation, and out of those results, build then the next step results and innovations so that we save time, money, and so on?
Okay, I'm going to translate those two together and ask each of you to respond. So I think taking stock of what has been achieved and also looking for good examples, I think I can wrap those together in a question of saying, what are best practices and how can we perhaps chart those best practices and make sure that they're spread around the different regions of Europe to the areas who need them? I'll let you if you want to answer either of the questions or just tackle it more as a broad best practice question.
An example I really, really like is the example of two USA cities. One is San Francisco, in which the state of California identified policies to enable innovations in terms of water, to promote water reuse, and City of San Francisco took the leadership and changed the strategy for the city. They created a strategy called One Water, and also they created the enabling environment to support innovators, not only with funding, but also with policy. And that has created a huge source of innovations in terms of using toilet-to-tap solutions at a building scale, an enabling environment in order to ensure that public health is something that is maintained, and also innovations like, now there is beer that comes from toilet water in San Francisco, and apparently it's very nice. I'm going to be there in next week. So that is the level of innovation that we really need to be thinking about. But again, my message is, it's not only about the funding, it's also about the policy supporting this.
Andy?
Yeah, so I have a thought on this, which is we probably have an insufficient amount of digital connectedness of the data, because there is a lot of monitoring that's going on in different places. And I think first of all, there needs to be more monitoring, but then the monitoring also needs to be connected. So there needs to be some kind of digital platform that helps us towards better water governance, right? So because how do you know how much water you need at certain seasons, or now with the glaciers of the Alps melting, right? So more water is coming down earlier. So how do you capture that? So better water management techniques rely on better data management. So therefore, I think one of the big frontiers in water is data. Same, by the way, in food, right? So that's why it's a little bit related. And in fact, Paul, I would say, if you're going to advocate for a water kick, why not make it a water food kick or something like that, So I think that would be not such a bad idea. And so again, to me, one of the really good starting points is to get the answers to those pressing problems by having a good digital platform that connects all the data everywhere. Although that is, of course, a very big idea. Janus Grevens, who's sitting here, he's also, I think, always talking about a all-encompassing, well-connected data platform for Europe. And I think for water, this would be extremely helpful as well.
And it's understanding it, because the problems faced in Malta are not the same problems faced in Finland, but you never know, they might have practices to share with each other. Martina, I'm going to give it to you to give us your final takeaway. Feel free to pull out whatever thread you want at this point, because there is no way we can cover the whole of the water agenda in 45 minutes.
Well, I think that that's a big conclusion is that we do need that water kick to sort of get us to the next level. No, but I think from my perspective, what I took away and what I think is important is that we think about the solution in terms of a combination of behavioral change, of policies, even simple policies like replacing plastic water bottles with other means and just banning water bottles in plastic, for example. Certain countries do that. It's not, it doesn't require that huge of an effort sometimes. Education is a key piece in this puzzle, and talent, as you mentioned, and then clean technologies and really building those solutions. But above everything, I think the will to really bring forward that change amongst all of us and our networks and the sort of governments and businesses in this world is sort of the critical aspect to make this work. And discussions like this and forums like this, where we can showcase some of these solutions, I think are important, and the media can report on them, and people understand that we're not so far, and we actually have a chance to change it in our lifetimes. It's not in every area that we can do that.
I think we have to change it in our lifetimes. Yeah. But I think my takeaway is that there is definitely an appetite and a need for a kick, and who knows, more than one panel, maybe in a year's time we'll be having the EIT Water Summit that we'll all come back to. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Joyce, let's have a look at what you have been illustrating. Let's take a quick look. Okay, 20% water stress. We do need water to be fixed. Well, EIT's secret sauce, obviously one of the ingredients is water. And we can see there Andy, Martina and Braulio. Wonderful cartoons of you. A big round of applause for my panel. Thank you very much.
Funny.
Back to you, Jeremy.
Thank you very much, Jen. Well, now it is time to announce the 10 finalists of the EIT and the EIC's Joint European Prize for Women Innovators. And we have 2 experts in the subject who are going to be there on stage with me very soon discussing these topics and announcing the finalists. Pia Sandvik, member of the EIT Governing Board and CEO of Technology Industries of Sweden, and Anja Barjasic, EIC board member and founder and CEO of Connectology. Come on up. Take a seat. Thank you for being here. Let's get straight into it. Pia, what is the EIT doing to support women innovators? Can you just talk us through what's going on?
Yeah, I think I would say that we do quite a lot. We have, first of all, this one kick that is really focusing on getting more women to do PhDs and also to do masters in science and STEM areas. And then we also have started a cluster of funding, Kick Supernovas, where we introduce women to funders or to funding people, private equity, for example, and that they can really get into the community where they can get money, but also get support networking and things like that. And that's also an important thing, because normally it's difficult to really get into these networks if you're not used to it. And then we also have an initiative that we call Kick Girls Go Circular, where it's just a network. You can also get mentorship and things like that, where you can learn from others. It's actually been 38,000 girls that has been going through this.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you with more questions.
Yes.
But I just want to hear what the EIC is doing on exactly the same level.
Thanks, Jeremy. So for those of you that may not know, the EIC is the biggest innovation fund in Europe with 10 billion euros for deep tech startups. And women innovators and women entrepreneurs are extremely important to us. So, for instance, we have a KPI on the board level that is we have to have at least 20% of companies funded that have a woman on a C-level position in the company. So that's really one thing that kind of cascades to various programs that we're doing. And one of them is, for instance, Women Tech EU. This is a funding scheme for early-stage deep tech startups that are co-funded by women that have a significant shareholding of the company and an early stage innovation that they would like to pursue. And then, of course, we also have a women leadership program that EIT Innovators are also eligible for, where we offer mentoring, networking, trainings, and curated based on the needs assessment support.
What would you say needs to be done to improve what the EIC is already offering?
So first of all of us, all the entrepreneurship support organizations, they have the duty to work on this gender dimension because especially they are publicly funded, right? So that's the main message that I would like to highlight here. But for instance, I'll give you an example at the EIC level. We have actually ran a bias study with more than 400 of our evaluators and jury members, where after various trainings and messaging to our community, we actually found that there is no bias in the evaluation process towards women. Why am I saying this? This is extremely important because we have, as you know, a lot of interpretations why there is not enough women in the ecosystem, why there are not enough women that are funded. And this we can also complement by some research that is actually saying that when you are evaluating a woman entrepreneur, either being as an investor or any kind of investment representative or whatever, you are also evaluating a woman as her gender role, because the archetype of a typical entrepreneur is a man. And then you have different setbacks and interpretations of a woman in an entrepreneurial role. And of course, in Europe, we have different challenges in different countries that interpret this again in a different way. So the takeaway message is, first, we need to tackle the bias that is potentially there in all the levels of evaluation and all the other things that actually operationally brings the money and the support to women entrepreneurs.
We'll dig into some more detail on that, but what would you say from the EIT's point of view? What would you like them to do to improve the situation?
First of all, if we look at just what EIT is doing, I think it's really about fostering or empowering and also measuring what the KICs are doing and saying this is one important mission that you have, because the EIT KICs, they are really innovation environments where you can support this or you can just leave it. But unfortunately, I think the thing is we can do a lot of activities, both from EIC and from EIT, but there's also a system that basically has to be changed. And that is about giving, and it starts really early at school, I would say. So we can do something on the top, so to say, but we are actually have to work together with society overall to foster the educational system, to say that women can also have these possibilities, to get them to get the educational level that is needed to be able to be an entrepreneur, depending on if you're going for deep tech or whatever you do. And it's interesting to see, because I did a study for the Swedish government many years ago regarding female students going to STEM areas. You could see that it has been stable. I did that in the 80s. There are still the same amount of women that are going through the system. And you can also see the number of female professors that are going down. And this is one example of a system that is really fostering entrepreneurship and startups and scale-ups.
But what could the EIT do to try and fix that?
But I think what we do is also bringing this into the whole educational program we have. And since KICS is the motor, this is huge innovation areas. If we foster them and really talk to them and measure them also, and put targets on them on how they should work with this, that's one way to start a movement, I would say, and we've done it. And also these cross-functional things that I talked about in the beginning that we're doing as well.
Anna, how do you root out the biases and end the biases that you were talking about? How do you do that?
Do you want me to answer that now, like in 2 minutes or what?
You got about, go for it, get a couple of minutes.
So essentially we're all human, right? And biases will always be a part of different interactions. But what we need to do is basically to mitigate this as much as possible, especially in the settings that are publicly funded. So that is really important. And as I mentioned already, we in the EIC have really good track record when it comes to this, and we are working on different bias trainings and so on. But the problem of women participating and then landing the funding, not only public but also private, is actually a much broader thing, right? So the infrastructure is not really yet out there where it can support women in a way to really, let's say, unleash their possibilities. For instance, maternity leave, or motherhood penalty, or all these things that we have in reality, women need to work much harder, and that's a fact. And I would just like to share, because I know a lot of people get pissed off by this, but essentially when you try to put in some kind of let's say, positive, interventions to increase the number of women and so on, you actually get a backlash. And this is one thing that we need to tackle from various aspects. So first, awareness raising. So that's really important. Second, the infrastructure, the incentives for women to participate in various fields and also to then, have this funnel of women, because a lot of people say, especially in the European Commission, oh, it's a pipeline problem, there is not enough women that are applying, so we are not getting enough women, that are funded, and so on. This cannot be an excuse. So I'll just give you really quickly, so at Connectology, in my company, we've done a study with over 200 investors, real investors from over 20 countries, where we have played a little bit, and someone talked about behavioral change earlier. So this is a randomized control trial based on latest behavioral science, where everyone, got questionnaires and what they would invest in whom. So the cases were women entrepreneurs and men entrepreneurs. We got that, for instance, women as a first choice of support get usually mentorship, networking opportunities and so on, whereas men, get equity or grant funding. We also get with quotas, for instance, small quotas go through, but if you couple them with penalties and increase the quota, for instance, you'll lose your, bonus in the end of the year if you don't achieve this quota, gender quota. Men don't want to invest still. If you give them an incentive to invest, for instance, will increase your management fee in the end. If you reach the quota, they still don't want to invest. So this is just one of the dimensions that, awareness raising, infrastructure has to be there, and the organizations like the EIC, the EIT, KICS, everyone needs to really focus on this issue, because it is still an issue.
How much variability do you see across Europe between different parts of Europe on this question?
Differences?
Yeah.
I think there are quite huge differences, and then I would compare, first of all, the prerequisites for a woman to actually go to work. I think that's about maternity leave. It differs a lot over Europe.
But rules are changing on that, those things.
Yeah, they are, but now,
yeah.
I mean, it's so late. And I think it's also about something about the mental models that normally you say that if it doesn't work, it's because the women don't want to do it. They don't want to take the risk. They don't want to offer their time to do it. They want to be more safe. And I think it's never the women that's the problem. It's the structures.
But do you think you hear that more in certain parts of Europe, certain sectors?
I would say if we look at where you can see where women are working more than in other countries, I would say that the northern countries are doing better than the others. You can also see that there's plenty of startups compared to the share of the population and so forth. But I think there are funding structures that could be better than they are in the northern parts of Europe as well. So I think it's really good that we have EIC and EIT, because our different communities, we can work together, but we can also build knowledge about what's actually working.
Yeah,
but it's also contextual.
Yeah.
You can't just pick a model from one country to another within Europe, because there are so many factors that you have to take into account.
But Anna, you're based in the UK. Is the environment very different in the UK?
I'm a citizen of the world. My company is Portuguese. I have various roles in the ecosystem, have lived in 6 countries. It really depends on the context, and it depends on the country. It is all based in the end on the cultural interpretation. What I think would be my main takeaway for women here in the audience is that you shouldn't take this for granted. Even if the change is for the better, it may be for the worse in the future. You never know. So I think we always need to be very alert, and we need to, they say, what you don't, address, you are basically complying with it. So I think it's really important. And we talked about the infrastructure, and I think it's very a cool one metaphor that I've heard. It's about when the water in the aquarium gets dirty, you don't change the fish, because usually, it's always, women are risk averse. For instance, in all research literature, 99% you'll find that women are risk averse. So you should change the water, not the fish, right? So let's focus a little bit on this.
Is money, right? Access to financing. Are there differences there?
Unfortunately, yes. So as you know, the statistics are very disheartening. in private investments and VCs in general. You have what is like each year is 1.9, then the next year is 1.8, then the third year is 2% or whatever of the private funding that goes to women across the board, which is really, really bad, actually. So again, we're coming back to the point that EICs of the world are here to fix that market failure. And for instance, this is why coming back again to this KPI that we set as a board, where we want to see minimum 20% of women in the companies that we fund. And this doesn't mean that this will be a woman with 1%, so just there is a woman in the co-funding team. No, this needs to be a significant shareholding, and it needs to be, you know, skin in the game. So I think we need to really, you know, very much change this mindset that we have in Europe, and also, I mean, we could talk about it a lot.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's super interesting to talk about. And the question of financing, what's your feeling on that? Access to financing for women entrepreneurs?
I would say that it's not good enough. It's really bad.
Is there a fix that you have in mind?
No, I think of course, the first thought could be that you should put specific money for women for funding, and I don't think that's the way to go. First of all, I think it probably will be legislation about that because it's discrimination and things like that. But you really have to, I'm coming back to that, you have to work with the structures, and you have to really get the possibilities for women to also show their ideas and getting to work with the network so that they really get to meet those funding actors in different ways.
We're going to talk about some very positive stories now, though, because that is a fascinating and real picture, I think, that you've painted there. But we're now going to name the nominees. So let's get to the award announcements. And in the first category that we have is the Rising Innovators category. And I believe that Anna is going to be announcing the likely future possible cross-fingers winners in this category. The Rising Innovators Prize is awarded to promising young women innovators under the age of 35. And I do believe that over here we have the envelope. Would you like to go up there and announce then the finalists? So we have 4 finalists.
The suspense. The Rising Innovators finalists. We have 4 of them, and it's really my pleasure to announce that Sara Corriero Plaza from Spain is one of them. Then we have Maria González Manso from Spain again. Barbara Oliveira from Ireland. And Eva Sodon from France. Congratulations to all the girls, and you can see their affiliations here.
Excellent to see those finalists. Okay, let's move on to the second category, the EIT Women Leadership Prize. Would you like to go up there? The EIT Women Leadership Award is awarded to exceptional women leaders from the EIT community. Here.
Okay. Here we have 3 finalists. This is so exciting, isn't it? It's Julia Bialetsky from Estonia. She is the CEO or co-founder of S-Lab. And then it's Denise Fichif-Olo from Germany. She's the managing director and co-founder of Betta Fish. And we also have Christina Purtill from Ireland. She's the CEO of Pew Surgical. Fantastic women.
Thank you very much. And the third category is the EU Women Innovators Prize. And the Women Innovators Prize is awarded to the most talented women innovators from across the EU and associated countries.
Thank you. So I think this is also very exciting because I was also a part of this program from the beginning and also in the jury in the previous year. So I'm happy to announce the 3 finalists in the Women Innovators category. And this is Elena Garcia Armada from Spain. Rana Sanyal from Turkey. And Natalia Tomiyama from Germany. Congratulations.
So, if you want to know who wins, it's not long. It's not long. You don't have to wait very long. Because, in fact, it will be announced at the EIT Summit, which is on the 18th and 19th of March here in Brussels at a venue called Tour and Taxis, which I've never been to. It has a great name. Before we get to the coffee break, which is coming up in 5 minutes, I want to talk about positive success stories, things that make you feel positive about the situation for women innovators. Have you got any anecdotes, any stories that you'd like to share?
I think that when you meet, I sometimes get involved or invited to networks where we have women working in the startup or even the scale-up sector, and I'm also in a board of an investment company. And when you get to meet them, you really can feel the power. And they are sort of, they don't give up.
Yeah.
They are so dedicated to what they want to achieve, so they can break every barrier that they will meet. So I think that really keeps you up. If you say, I say that you should have to change the structures, like basically, but still it's about people. It's about women that are prepared to do what it takes. And there's a lot of them. And I feel the force coming.
Are there particular sectors where you see that change happening more than others?
Yeah, I could say, no, at least I can say I see it too less in deep tech. That's that I would say. And it's more like if you go to services and things like that, you can see more females, I would say. So,
but in manufacturing?
No, not overall. Overall, if you see it in engineering, I would say more in software than in classical engineering.
Right.
Yeah, I would say. But that also has to do with the women that are actually educated in these fields. And for me, that is it's a huge problem, because for me, engineering and STEM is a way to really make the world better.
Yep.
That's the tools if you want to change for higher sustainability overall for all of us. And that is really problematic for me, because then we need all the citizens to be part of that journey, and also to get different perspectives. Heterogeneity is good.
Absolutely, and kind of having that high-level goal of ambition and making the world a better place, perhaps, is what we should be communicating on in order to get people into STEM.
You know, I have to tell you a small story. When I was the CEO of RISE, there were 3,000 researchers. It's a research institute. We had like 35% women, and we were doing technology only. And we recruited because we said, come here, find the solutions, develop the solutions for a better world. I mean, that's a way to sort of frame what you can really do in technology.
Anna, would you like to share a positive story to conclude this session?
Yeah, so I think Pia started with the tone of experiences with the entrepreneurs. I also am a part of various programs, and actually globally, not only in Europe. And honestly, sometimes it's really interesting to see women entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs in general in very challenging environments, which are not fantastic offices in city centers working on quantum computing. Sometimes, for instance, they have issues with internet or basic resources like water, if you, for instance, work with people who are in Africa or Southeast Asia and so on. But I would like to conclude this with an anecdote which will illustrate some of my points, because you asked for an anecdote earlier. So some years ago I was in Oman, and it was like a workshop of a couple of days with the local entrepreneurs. And the first day I was like seeing a lot of women in the audience. I was like, okay, what's happening here? Didn't really pay attention to that. And then the next day, again, tons of women in the audience. They're coming to you, they're asking you questions and so on. So I'm like, okay, what's happening here? So what do? I'm a co-founder of a startup. I'm a computer scientist. I'm an engineer, whatever. I'm like, wow, it's amazing share of women that we have here in Oman. In the Middle East, I wouldn't expect them engaged so much in the startup world. And I'm like, how is this, how did this come about? And they're like, well, our husbands are in the real business, the oil and gas, and we are like taking the risk in startups. You are laughing, but this is the bias that we're talking about.
What a fascinating story. And then what was your reply to them?
Well, I was shocked. I was really shocked. I think it's great that they are building an ecosystem, because that's the whole point. We need to build ecosystems to address this issue across various geographies, and they're doing it in their own way. So I was shocked and fascinated.
It was an interesting bias, though, definitely.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. That was a fascinating conversation. Coffee break time now, and we'll be back at 4 o'clock. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's too late to say you're sorry. How would I know? Why should I care? Please don't bother trying to find him. He's not there. He's not there. Well, let me tell you about the way he looked, the way he'd act, and the color of his hair. His voice was soft and cool, his eyes were clear and bright, but he's not there, he's not there. Well, no one taught me about him, the way he lied. Well, no one taught me about him, how many people cried. But it's too late to say you're sorry. How would I know? Why should I care? Please don't bother trying to find him. He's not there. He's not there. He's not there. it's too late to say you're sorry. How would I know? Why should I care? Please don't bother trying to find him. He's not there. He's not there. Well, let me tell you about the way he looked, the way he'd act, and the color of his hair. His voice was soft and cool, his eyes were clear with pride, but he's not there. He's not there. Well, no one taught me about him, the way he lied, summer cools down.
reach for the sky, my life's inspiration as I go. Our love grows more and more. The summer cools down. As the years passes by, the day the world went away. The summer cools down. Beyond the heavens we exist. I'm looking forward to joining you. We have no limits stopping us. The summer cools down.
Please make your way to the auditorium. The EIT Summit 2024 and the awards will continue in 15 minutes. Thank you. Please make your way to the auditorium. The EIT Summit 2024 will continue in 10 minutes. Thank you. Please make your way to the auditorium. The EIT Summit 2024 will continue in 5 minutes. Thank you. Please take your seats in the auditorium. The EIT Summit 2024 will continue in 2 minutes. Thank you. Please take your seats in the auditorium. The EIT Summit 2024 will begin in 1 minute. Thank you. Please take your seats in the auditorium. The EIT Summit 2024 is about to continue. Thank you. Please take your seats in the auditorium. The EIT Summit 2024 is continuing now. Thank you.
Everybody, welcome back from your coffee break. I hope you're feeling energized and ready to accelerate, because that's what this panel discussion is all about. We're talking about investing in startups for a greener, healthier, and digital Europe. We're talking about keeping the momentum in Europe's startup ecosystem. We're talking about business creation, helping volunteers, helping entrepreneurs, and innovators to grow. And there are lots of ways to do it, and lots of people to help you, actually. So our guests here are going to give us some tips, hopefully some insights, some real information on if you're somebody with a great idea and you want to turn it into a business, well, you need to be listening to them, because they're going to have some great ideas for us. Our speakers are Mark Boris Andrianic, a member of the EIT Governing Board, the Vice President of International Markets at Kumo AI. He's a Senior Fellow at Atlantic Council, and he is also the former Minister of Digital Transformation of Slovenia. Alessandro Tapi the Chief Investment Officer at the European Investment Fund, Caroline Villarouge, the CEO of EIT Manufacturing, and Marc Deschamps, the CEO of Bioxodis. Sorry, pronounce it properly. Come up on stage. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I've got 2 Marks on the panel, so it's going to be somewhat difficult. But I have Slovenian Mark and I have Belgian Mark. Slovenian Mark, let me come to you. How does the EIT community support startups now? Can you just, for those who aren't aware of what happens, can you just talk to us a bit about that?
So Jeremy, thanks for this question. I think it's a great one. It's a fairly complex organization, but let me try to describe it in simple terms. We are, in a way, a European Silicon Valley, which means that we bring together Europe's top universities, the best research institutions, as well as the most innovative companies, big and small. So far, we've supported almost 8,000 startups across Europe. Many of them went on to become unicorns, and we're super proud of them. But we're also proud of, the rest of our community, which is incredibly vibrant. And I'm so happy to see many familiar faces from this community here today.
Caroline, would you like to talk to us a little bit about what happens at EIT Manufacturing to do exactly the same thing? What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
On the day-to-day basis, in EIT Manufacturing, contributing to the numbers that Mark mentioned, on the day-to-day basis, we do work very closely with some supported startups we have all across Europe. We have more than 400 startups we supported today. We help them into coaching, introduction. We bring them into matchmaking events for access to tech, where we introduce them to corporate. We also provide proof of concept, so they can take their technology, take their robots, their manufacturing innovation into a corporate, properly test it, really showcase that there is a market fit, and also bringing some commercialization, so helping them to get their first orders and to grow. We also invest in some of these startups directly as a kick, but we also supporting them into finding some fundings from the finance community.
Let me go over to Alessandro. Tell us a little bit about the European Investment Fund, because you don't invest directly into the companies. Tell us a bit about what you do.
But first of all, EIF has nothing to do with the EIT, apart from the letters. It's part of the EIB group, and we are having a policy objective, which is supporting SMEs, small, medium-sized companies in Europe, and innovation. So innovation is a clear link to EIT. We invest in funds. So our activity is an intermediated model. We invest in funds, which invest in companies. Looking at startup companies, we have, again, the magic number 8,000 in our portfolio throughout, let's say, our activity via the funds.
Okay, and let me go over to the other Mark on the panel. Can you just explain to us a little bit about Bioxodis, what you're doing, because you are really coming from another world. Explain what you do.
Yeah, definitely. Bioxodis is a biotechnology company. We are already in clinical development with a drug candidate. That's a longer journey than for the manufacturing, because you need to go step by step from the innovation up to the market and through all the necessary steps, preclinical, clinical, and so on. And today, Bioxodis actually is testing its drug candidate in a specific indication, which is intracerebral hemorrhage, or hemorrhagic stroke, if you prefer, where there is nothing for the patient, unfortunately, very high unmet medical need. And being in phase 2A, sorry for the details, we are testing now the drug on patients to show that the product is safe, and hopefully to show the first signals of efficacy in this indication, again, where there is unfortunately nothing for the patient today.
Would you describe yourself as a startup? Is that company a startup?
Alors, the definition of a startup, and I'm quite well placed to discuss about that because I had the chance to create a program at the Solvay Brussels Schools of Economics and Management, which is really addressing all the development of the startup, biotech, medtech, or digital health. So the real startup is really, I would say, the virtual company going from the university where you have the transfer of technology and you start to negotiate the intellectual property and you start to have a bit of fun to really start. When you go already in the clinical stage, you are much more in the category of the biotech companies in the valley of death, meaning that if you cannot prove clinically that you are right for the patients, you will disappear.
That's where you are now. You're in the valley of death.
That's the middle. That's the middle.
Tell me about the mistakes that people make when they're right at the beginning, when they've got an idea and they want to turn it into a company, a startup, and then when they get into the valley of death. What are the common mistakes that you've seen?
But you might have several mistakes, actually, in your development first. You might decide to do a stupid development, actually, from a preclinical and early clinical stage. You might decide also to go too fast in certain direction in your business model and so on. But most of the time, if I may, it's due to the fact that really the first-time entrepreneur, and hopefully we have quite a lot in Europe, are not very well educated, very well trained. So meaning that they are trying to do the best with their innovation, but not every time in the right direction. That's most of the time. But the most important thing actually for companies like that, and again, medtech, digital, and certainly biotech, is the funding. Because we don't sell anything, it took more or less 10, 12 years for a biotech to approach the market. So you constantly need to find money among investors, public and private, and that's a very big difficulty, and there where you can lose, unfortunately.
Caroline, can I get your input on this in the manufacturing world? What are the mistakes that you see people making when they're starting out?
So at a very early stage, something which we see entrepreneur sometimes falling into this trap is often falling in love with the story. This is something that I would advise to any early stage entrepreneur is really once you get coaching and support or listening to questions that are asked to you, is really trying to think why are they asking me these questions? Is there something which should change? Should we pivot approach? Is the business model working? So all these questioning which come to you as a early stage entrepreneur are really opportunity to learn.
Because they're in love with their idea. Love is blind, as we know.
I think we are all human. We all easily fall in love with our ideas, and that's this kind of humble approach as a early stage entrepreneur that is important. Also surround yourself with ecosystem support, but listen to the questions because these are hints that would really help you into fine-tuning, get your narrative right, and sometimes pivot into some area where opportunity or market opportunity is bigger.
Mark, I see you nodding on this.
So I work in the world of AI, and I come across a lot of founders with PhDs from the best American and European universities being absolutely in love with their innovation. And I always tell them, you need to convince the customers that this is exactly what they need and are willing to pay for, which means that you need to start these conversations very early. And I see oftentimes that perhaps a company comes up with innovation A, but then after extensive consultations with pilot customers, they end up with the innovation B, which is actually the right product market fit and actually succeeds in the marketplace. And this innovation B can be far, far away from innovation A. I think it's important to retain that agility and focus on sales. And one of the things that EIT does is equipping entrepreneurs that can come from all kinds of backgrounds, from academic to purely business background, with those core skills like marketing, like sales, and everything else that you need to do as a founder in the beginning because you're pretty much alone for everything.
Right, yeah. How do they take that when you say to them, look, this is actually not working, it's wrong, actually you should do that?
let's just say that they're not buying me drinks after I tell them that, but eventually they realize.
But how do you start the conversation? I mean, do you tend to go in there pretty much, cash on the table, sorry, this isn't really going to work? Or do you kind of go gently?
So I used to be in politics, so I can be quite diplomatic,
right.
And I try to approach them this way. And what I advise them to do is to hire a top-notch COO who has some sales or marketing or managerial experience that will compensate for, the lack of this kind of skills on the part of the founder. So this is pretty much by offering the solution, not just criticizing them and highlighting the problem.
You're making the founders sound like they're kind of quixotic and completely detached from reality, though. Are they like that?
I would say, to be an entrepreneur today is being a superhero. And you cannot have all the powers in your hands. So it's really about acknowledging that you can be a super strong engineer, innovator, come with a breakthrough idea. Once you launch a startup, there is all the question around operation management, business development, human resources, and you cannot be the superhero that solves everything. So you need to surround yourself with the right people and be humble enough, of course, to acknowledge that and seek for the right talents.
Alessandro, one of the questions that I had in my mind is I'm wondering whether we sometimes perhaps offer the wrong kind of help to people, actually. Does that happen? Have you got any examples there?
Yes. Well, talking from a public entity that is there to support, so let's say, the nurturing of an ecosystem, too much of push finance sometimes backfires, in the sense that in order to create a healthy environment, you need entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship, you need finance, you need success stories, you need investors, a variety of investors. Too much of public money does not mobilize private money, for instance. So there is a fine balance that needs to be found before you say this is the right recipe.
Are there any other things that you can bring in in terms of things that people want you to do, actually, Mark, that you don't really need to be doing, or in fact, they're kind of a bit of a dead end?
But I like the word listening, by the way, you mentioned. Again, when you are a young entrepreneur with a brilliant idea and everything, you need actually to create the startup. The first thing is really to make sure that you are well incubated and well supported as well. You are not alone, actually. There are plenty of incubator accelerator, whether they are private, public. EIT is a good example for that as well, where you can really learn how to develop your company, how to avoid mistakes, how to overcome challenge, where you have experts at your close to you, you can activate for one of another thing. And one thing I used to say at the Solvay Brussels schools, the first thing for these people is really to create a network. Make sure that they have people they can call when they are confronted to issues and to problems, and not to think that they are the best in the city, they will overcome every challenge because they are so good. And that's really the way I see also the first.
You also said that there's a kind of a lack of education. What were you talking about there when you said that?
Clearly, it was already said, so most of the people are coming with a good idea, ideation is fantastic, but don't have the skills really to start and develop the company.
But what
you mentioned all the other, let's say, essential elements you need to have in your company, depending whether you can go to the market in 2 years' time or 12 years' time. But you need to start to build a management team. You need to have all the necessary competencies around you, and also the network in order to make sure that you can go at. And it doesn't mean that the young entrepreneur is, by definition, the future CEO of the company. Most of the time they think, I will become the CEO and I will stay the CEO. And that's most of the time also a big mistake, because at a certain point of time, the role is changing completely. And from a scientific point of view, you need to become a businessman. Some of them can do that, but the majority not.
Or a businesswoman.
What can you come in with for people who are watching this and thinking, oh dear, unfortunately, I think that might be me they're talking about? What would you say to them that they need to do to open their minds in order to have these conversations?
Well, this is where what we offer in the different EIT kicks, the support, the coaching, the guidance is really toward helping the different entrepreneurs into understanding what are the needs for them to go to the next level. So it could be through introduction to the right people, through the ecosystem, but this is also individual coaching in many ways. And when we are supporting startup, it's not just about opening doors, but also having these sometimes maybe more difficult discussions into trying to help them to unlock
Can you give me an example of a difficult discussion?
We are obviously in the manufacturing space very much around engineer, PhD, which are coming with this really very strong technological knowledge and breakthrough technology. I will not give a specific one, but this is something we see.
You can make one up.
There is a patent. There is a patent there in really having this technology which is there, but then how to create a pitch deck, how to position that technology, that technology could be positioned and present to a corporate or to some investor. And here getting the narrative and the marketing minded and how to position it is something we see quite a lot.
Does that mean you need to have a kind of a narrative and a story and a motivation there?
Exactly. Well, the motivation is there, no doubt, but it's about you understand your technology, you are the expert of your technology, but you need to explain it to people in front of you who may not be technical, deep tech experts. So you need to be capable to position it in a narrative that an 8-year-old child would understand and also see the opportunity behind it. And this support here is in the specifically manufacturing and technological hardware technology startups. It's really a pattern we see, and we are helping and supporting startups to really succeed in convincing about the potential of the technology.
Mark, can you come in with some tips on how to do that?
So I think it's super important, the network part. Also, when startups are looking for funding, you're not just looking for extra money. You're looking for a backer that will offer you his or her network and loads of advice, how it has been done before, so that you'll be able to unlock the company's potential and also build your own talents. Now, EIT in a way is a one-stop shop. So you become part of this enormous network, and you can basically take advantage of all the supporting services that you need to have as an entrepreneur, so you can focus on the product or conquering the market. Now, when it comes to your question, I mean, in a way, these are quite easy conversations because we all want that entrepreneur to succeed. This is not, a Shark Tank. We're here basically to support you, to guide you, to navigate you. Even if it leads to a failure, then we'll support you on. So I would really like to emphasize this cultural mindset that I think it's quite European. We're quite risk averse. We hate to fail. It's the end of the world, a doomsday. Whereas in America, the most appreciated founders are the ones that failed at least a couple of times before. Because that means you learned a lot from your failures, and you can go into your second, third, or fourth venture much, much better equipped.
Or you keep trying in the same sector until you get really good at it, I suppose.
Exactly. And oftentimes, you don't fail because of your lack of skills or, lack of talent or a lousy product. It can just be an external factor that derails everything. We've seen many startups die out when the COVID crisis hit. We saw many others succeed in that time because they were, enabling virtual solutions and so on and so forth. So no need to get depressed.
Something I'm curious about is the difference between different parts of Europe, to what extent it might be great to have a biotech company in Belgium, but more difficult somewhere else. Depending on the different sectors, are there real differences that we see across the EU for people who are entrepreneurs and who are trying to start out? Who wants to have a go at answering that one? Can you give us your lessons from the local community here in Belgium?
Oh, but actually, in Belgium, we have a very strong ecosystem, to be very clear and to be honest. This ecosystem was, if I speak about biotech, created also because of the presence of very strong pharma companies. We can speak about G&G Innovative Medicine now, Janssen Pharmaceutica, about GSK vaccines, about UCB, about Pfizer, and so on. And thanks to that, you have a lot of services companies actually working with these big companies. And these services companies are also available for startups, actually. And then you create also incubators, and the big pharma are also interested to have young startups actually developing next to them, because it's a possibility for them to continue to develop the pipeline as well. And this is creating step by step an ecosystem. But having a strong ecosystem like we have, and hopefully we will keep it, not just in Belgium, but also in Europe, is really a must. And in the context of the Belgian presidency, by the way, I think in a couple of weeks you will hear about the biotechnology initiative. Our Prime Minister actually would like to put on the table, and I had the chance to contribute. And clearly it is a must to continue to build on that.
One of the things, though, to pick up on, well, you said Silicon Valley, the EIT is the Silicon Valley, but of course Silicon Valley is a place. Literally, those people went to the same bars and restaurants, they were neighbors, they went on bike rides together, they went for a run together, they knew each other 20 years ago or so. My brother used to live there, so I knew what it was like when you were there. And he was working for some of these organizations. And you really had that sense of, like, here we are all together. Have we got that anywhere in Europe?
I think we're getting there. So let me just emphasize the incredible transformation of Central and Eastern Europe that we've seen over the past couple of decades. We've witnessed an explosion of startups that are today globally successful digital companies. From companies like Bolt to North to a bunch of super successful gaming companies. I think the CEE is really bringing this spark of entrepreneurship and innovation to the rest of Europe, simply because, you know, we've seen more change over the past decades than any other European country. Unlike our parents, we grew up with big dreams. And we remained, as Jobs would say, hungry and foolish. So you had, I would say, an incredibly open innovation environment.
So this aversity to risks that you were talking about earlier, you think there's a difference between Eastern Europe and Western Europe on that?
I mean, I can talk about Central and Eastern Europe, and you know, there's definitely more of this risk-going approach.
Right.
You want to succeed, you want to make a difference, you want to go.
But what do you attribute that to?
I mean, probably many ways. We're not afraid of changes. So if you take the word reform and mention it in Paris, you will find out it's not the most popular word in the world. The same goes if you mention it in Berlin or even here in Brussels. Whereas reforms in CE don't have a bad name. It's just, you know, there's been so much changes in the past decades. We had to change everything. For us, a change is a state of mind.
Right.
And if you look at a country like Estonia, where they had to basically start from scratch, 30 years ago, their GDP per capita was, you know, similar to the one of Papua New Guinea. Today, they're the home of 7 or 8 or even 9 unicorns.
Yep, absolutely.
It's the kind of transformation that I think it's difficult in other places because of the legacy industries, legacy thinking, and legacy regulation.
If I may add to that, I mean, regarding these east, west, north, south differences, in EIT we have what we call the Regional Innovation Scheme. In EIT Manufacturing, we actually make sure we allocate up to 15% on specific activities to this, of the budget, sorry, so specific activities to make sure that these less mature innovation regions benefit from more customized program. And a program like Jump Starters, which is an EIT community program, are really programs looking specifically at this region and the specific needs of this region to be capable of accelerating this entrepreneur in helping them to to present the technology, to pitch, and also to introduce them to investment. We did a jump starter for Ukraine with the ambition to help also in the thinking of the reindustrialization, but also seek for this breakthrough innovation. And we have a huge traction there with more than 150 applications, ending up in a selection and 4 winners startups. This has been a great success, and we need to have specific program also for this region to make sure we help them to accelerate and you know, at the end of the day, bring Europe up.
Where do you see the kind of Estonia of tomorrow being then? Estonia being a great example of somewhere that went from not being a standout leader on tech, now it is. Is there somewhere in Europe where you say, watch that region, watch that place?
I would say Ukraine. Any time of the day.
Yeah.
And we need to help them as much as we can to make this vision a reality. And EIT has done some amazing work in this area, for sure.
Was it there already in Ukraine 10 years ago, 5 years ago?
So I think what they've managed to achieve in the past 5 years has been pretty extraordinary. This used to be, you know, one of the slowest moving bureaucracies with huge problems of its own. Today, they have the most advanced digital government in the world. Their citizen government app offers over 200 different government services. You can identify yourself with that app alone. You don't need to carry your passport, your ID card, or your driving license. It's just a level of digitization that's unheard of, even in my country of Slovenia.
Yeah, yeah. I'd like to put it out to questions here because we've got a very interesting panel and a little ripple of applause there as well for what you had to say. So if you have a question, we'll bring up the lights, and if you can hold up your hand, first over here, just tell us your name, tell us your job, and ask your question.
Hello, my name is Kasia Dorsey. I'm a founder and CEO of Yosh AI. We are a deep tech company specializing in implementation of generative AI and conversational AI across Europe or across EMEA for enterprises. My question is, if you can tell me, we hear a lot about, I'm also a judge in a Changemaker today. So my question is, we hear a lot about helping and supporting startups. What percentage of the structure of EITs actually consists of people with hands-on experience being founders and successful founders, so they really understand how it is to be a startupper and achieve success? Thank you.
That's a good question. Anybody got an answer on that one?
So I can tell you about the governing board, where most of us have, you know, startup experience of some kind. You know, most people have different kind of career experience merged into one. So we have, you know, people who used to be successful startup founders, but now moved on to the academia. We have people coming from all walks of life, but I think no matter whether they're university professors or you know, corporate executives, they're still super entrepreneurial at what they do. And that's why I'm enjoying their company so much. And that's why I think we're really setting the right vision for an innovative Europe. And I have a good news for you, since you're coming from an AI startup. We've had an amazing workshop on AI compliance yesterday, together with the European Commission. And the EIT will be providing a bunch of resources, helping startups like yours, going through the AI Act compliance process smoothly and hopefully cheaply as well.
Caroline, would you like to comment on that? And in the meantime, if anybody would like to ask a question, please hold up your hand.
Sure. I mean, the business creation team, which are looking after the startups in the EIT kind of ecosystem, for us, it's the biggest team, and we are very much having people with either startup experience or in the ecosystem of startups. One criteria, if I just get outside of this business creation team, which are much closer to the entrepreneur, but when we are hiring people in EIT manufacturing, the profile with entrepreneurship experience is often a very good plus. And we are also, even in offices or in other part of the organization, looking at people with entrepreneurial experience to make sure we have a clear understanding of the challenges you are facing, I'm sure, on the day-to-day.
Mark, can I bring you in?
I just want to comment because I'm not from EIT, so I'm neutral. But my experience is working actually with EIT Health, as you can imagine, with biotech and so on. But the people I met actually, and I know quite a lot of people in EIT Health now since many years, are really people with a lot of competencies coming from the entrepreneurship, or entrepreneurial if you prefer, coming from the pharma industry, the medtech industry, and so on. So they are really hands-on people. We can speak the same language. We can really look forward also with regard to equity and so on with the Venture Center of Excellence. And in their accelerator and incubator system, they are there with a lot of experts, real experts, and so on as well, to really support the young entrepreneur in the program. So honestly, I have a positive feedback to give.
Alessandro, we want to sustain growth in our ecosystems. How are we going to do it?
Taking from what Mark was saying, the EIF has been cooperating with the EIT on several topics and competence centers. The most mature experience that we have is actually in the health sector, in the life sciences, where the EIF is investing in life sciences funds, and it is doing this in cooperation with the EIT that is actually creating a nexus, a link between the corporate venture capital investors, so large corporates that are investing in this fund of fund, with the funds and the underlying startup companies. So it's really creating a flow of information both ways, from the corporates down to the startups, and actually the other way around, that is very, very healthy.
We want to be more inclusive and have more diversity as well in our startups. And to what extent do we have a problem with that in Europe, actually, at the moment? Are we doing a particularly poor job on this?
On diversity?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at this panel. No complaint. On diversity, I mean, I'm also in the sectors. Obviously, the manufacturing sectors has a strong underrepresentation of women. We're talking about 30% of women. It's one of the lowest sectors in terms of diversity if we speak about women. But diversity with a capital D, so I'm including all kind of diversity here, is that definitely when we talk about innovation, an extremely important topic. Because if we look at the studies, I think McKinsey published that diversified teams are 8 times more likely to be more innovative and agile. So diversity is a lever to be more innovative and agile. So we're having a lot of activities to first bring more women, because also we know that by bringing more women, it's also pulled the other spectrum of diversities with some specific program. Earlier today, you could have seen a Supernova program, which is helping women entrepreneurs. We're having also specific program. We talk about the risk regions. We're also in manufacturing looking at the risk leader, helping this entrepreneur woman into growing, pitching, and raising more funds. So this is a topic which is extremely important when we talk about innovation all across the spectrum, and in manufacturing is definitely a lever to see what will be the next transition when we talk about this green and digital.
Is there something that you would recommend now as a change that would switch it, that would accelerate that?
I think we see evolution. It's improving. But I mean, we are far from having a diversified spectrum. What could immediately change? We've seen it in some countries when we forced the number of board members to be women. When we're forcing in that way, it did work, because when you have more female leaders at the board, in the C-suite, they are pulling up also the women across the organization.
You see that making a difference, yeah.
So by forcing it legally from the top, it helps to raise the bar. And On the investment side, as we are talking startup and investment, this is also something that should be considered. Should we regulate it in some ways?
Just maybe an anecdote, but again, when speaking about the advanced master we have at the Solvay Brussels schools, again, to train, to educate the young entrepreneur and the people willing to join the C-suite in the biotech, medtech, and digital health. We started to have, with the first cohort, 70% of male. The second cohort is already 50-50, and the future third cohort, we have more women candidates at this stage. Alors, is it a change in the mentalities, a change in the diversity? But actually, when we see the people now, and because also I think that there are initiatives to push a little bit more the women to go in life science and to go down that route, but step by step we see a difference, and hopefully it will stay, because we are very pleased to have a young woman entrepreneur starting actually this journey in the ecosystem. And I speak about Europe because our program is international, it's not Belgium.
Do you think there are particular things, though, like Caroline was saying, that can tip the balance and actually force change? Are there particular recommendations that you would make?
But again, it's just an observation, let's be clear. But when I speak with these young women, they are really entrepreneurs. They are not speaking, hopefully they will do that later on, they are not speaking of family, children, and so on. They are there, they want to create a company, they want to do that. There is another one just finishing PhD, they want to go 1 year in the US afterwards to learn about internationalization, and so on. No, they are really entrepreneurs, and I'm very pleased to see that.
Mark, would you like to comment on this question?
So, I mean, this is one of our key priorities. And also I can say that during my term as a Minister of Digital Transformation, this has been one of my key priorities. And it starts with digital skilling and getting children excited for STEM areas. So it starts already in the school. I'm glad that we were able to implement this kind of digital skilling programs across the board, but it's something that needs to be done by every country in every school.
Inside schools, what did you do then to encourage interest in STEM?
So,
was it changing the curriculum?
We were actually, yes. So you do it 2 ways. First of all, you try to modernize the curriculum and bring a lot of these subjects into your mandatory school course. But what can be done much faster is basically what we were intending to do is basically provide vouchers so that children or families can take this kind of advanced digital or entrepreneurship courses as an extracurricular activity, because this is something that can be done quickly. You can find these courses in the market. Trust me, changing the curriculum takes forever, and it's a huge pain, but it needs to be done. And let me go back to Estonia, which I mentioned in the beginning. They have a beautiful program for preschool kids called Programming Tiger, which teaches kids that are 4 or 5 or 6 years old, not obviously how to code, but how to solve problems, and getting them excited about the new technologies in a proper way. And this is how we need to excite our kids about not just using the new technologies, but also creating them and using them in the responsible way.
And also, I'm interested in what you said about it takes a long time to change the curriculum, but you can add on things in extra time.
Exactly.
That's the way to do it.
That's
but
what.
If you're already talking to teenagers then about saying you could be an entrepreneur. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. So it's not just about entrepreneurship courses. It's also about coding. That's the language of the future. It's about teaching them the basics of AI, cybersecurity, robotics, which is super cool because it's, you know, cool things that move. Everyone loves them, and you know, you need to make sure to really excite everyone, especially young girls, for this kind of areas, expertise, and professions later on. And then great things will happen.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That sounds fascinating. We're running out of time, but I think it's time to go over to Joyce, who's been in the corner over there. Are you ready to show us something up on the big screen behind? There we go. Fail forward. Accelerate. What's anybody picking up? I'll fall in love with the idea, yeah. That's a common mistake, not listening to customers, lack of education, lack of funding. How do you react to that? More diversity on the boards. I think that's a good summary of what we're talking about.
We were talking about solutions as well, not just challenges that we see here.
Yeah.
I would make it a lot more optimistic, to be honest.
Well, thank you very much.
It's not a fail forward, it should be a win forward.
Yeah, fast forward.
Win forward, there we go. And yeah, well, let's put that positive message of winning and entrepreneurship. Thank you very much. It's been a fascinating conversation. Now it's time for the awards.
Thank you very much indeed to the great panelists and indeed Jeremy for the excellent moderation. We're not quite ready for the awards yet. We need to do some scene setting and it will give me the opportunity to tell you a little bit about the awards. This is the 10th edition of the EIT Awards and we're going to have 3 awards that have been selected by our experts. We will have the EIT Changemaker Award, and that's for the best role model and leader from within the EIT community programs, and their activities have led to potential to generate significant social impact. The EIT Innovation Team Award goes to the team made up of researchers, academics, and entrepreneurs who've developed the best unique product or service or process with high added value and breakthrough potential. And the EIT Venture Award category is for the company with the greatest potential to generate a significant impact on citizens, specific markets, ecosystems, innovation ecosystems specifically, and the economy overall. So those are our 3 prepared sections, and then there is the Public Choice Award, which I hope you have all been voting for. We've been collating the votes. There's been almost 2,000 people voted over the last week, so watch out for that because everyone in this room, I hope, has had an impact on that. But it looks like we're ready to start, so I think I can officially declare this EIT Awards 2024 open. And now to tell us a bit about why it's important and really set the stage, please welcome Pia Arankilde Hansen, Director General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture from the European Commission. Pia, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Dear participants, after a day of inspiring discussions with distinguished speakers and representatives from the EIT innovation community, I am really delighted to open this exciting final part of this year's EIT Summit, the long-awaited 10th edition of the EIT Awards ceremony, where we celebrate innovation and entrepreneurship in Europe at its best. I'm thrilled to see our finalists who have excelled in their work and proved to be true change makers, innovators, and entrepreneurs. They come from 8 different countries: France, Germany, Ireland, Portugal, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, and Egypt. And they will show us their deep tech applications in raw materials, energy, digital health, and urban mobility. We will celebrate their achievements in 4 categories: the Innovation Team Award, the Changemaker Award, the Venture Award, and the Public Award that will go to the most popular innovation as voted by the public and our audience. The awards showcase how efficiently the EIT supports innovators at every stage of their journey. At the outset, it provides them with the right skills and competences. It funds their innovation-driven research. It assists them in finding the right partners and funding. And it helps them to take their research to the market and finally supports them to scale up their startup. All these awards that we celebrate today have in common that they put into the limelight innovations with a breakthrough potential, real societal impact, and European added value. Your remarkable achievements are proof of your talent and perseverance. Your extraordinary innovations to solve pressing problems will make a real change, a change for the better. And your work is at the forefront of Europe's innovation drive and will inspire those who will come after you. It's not by chance that these remarkable talents come from the EIT community. One of the core elements of the EIT innovation model is to bring education, research, and business together, and it's through this cross-fertilization that innovation can thrive. The EIT breaks down silos across sectors, disciplines and borders, and supports innovators and entrepreneurs at every step of their journey. Not only does the EIT provide business creation and acceleration services, but it also offers a wealth of education and training courses and funds innovation-driven research projects. And it does so at the local level where innovation happens and where innovators are located. Over the past 15 years, the EIT community has grown, and the impact of its activities has increased impressively. Let me share with you some key facts and figures. I have a background in communication, and I like facts and figures as evidence of results. The EIT community has over 2,400 partners from industry research centers and universities. And together, they do form Europe's largest innovation ecosystem. And to date, more than 6,000 talented EIT alumni have graduated from the EIT's entrepreneurial programs, with thousands more having taken part in its skills development courses. The Battery Academy has trained, as you will have heard from our Vice President this morning, 50,000 learners. And we're on track, as he also said, to train 1 million deep tech talents by 2025. And we have, with the EIT, supported over 8,000 ventures, which have raised almost 8 billion euro in investment. It has created 8 unicorns, and over 2,300 new products and services were brought to the market thanks to EIT support. And finally, I'll stop there, my list of facts and figures. In the recent CB Insight report, the EIT was recognized as one of the top 10 startup accelerators worldwide. So Europe's largest innovation community is indeed blooming like never before. Past EIT Award winners, alumni, startups, and scale-ups continue to win international awards, nominations, and prizes as their groundbreaking innovations and the teams behind them inspire new generations of innovators and entrepreneurs across Europe. And I'm sure that our finalists today will have a bright future full of success ahead of them. But I don't want to keep you much longer. I'm sure our finalists can't wait to share their fascinating innovations with us, and I, for one, can't wait to hear about them. So good luck to all of you. Enjoy it all.
Well, thanks to Pia's fondness for facts and figures, you've heard about the thousands of projects and the billions of euros that have gone into some of our great entrepreneurs. But for this year's awards, it has been distilled down to 3 finalists in each category. You're going to hear a 3-minute elevator pitch from each of them about their project, and then we will pass the baton on as its former award winners will come and open the all-important envelope and pass on the trophy to this year's winners. So, our first award is the Changemaker Award. So this year, our 3 finalists are Alba Forns from Climatize, Axel Rambaud from MEL, and Mohamed El Amir from WAMI. Now, I would like to invite our first pitcher to come on stage. Alba, all the way from Spain, please come along and give us your 3 minutes highlights.
Today, I don't want to talk to you about climate change. I don't want to talk to you about hurricanes destroying our homes or floods devastating our communities, because you already know that problem. I'm here to talk about hope, about how the largest investment opportunity of our lifetime can help solve climate change. My name is Alba, and I'm the founder of Climatize. And to start, I'd like to share with you a story. Back in 2019, my co-founder and I attended the Global Climate Strikes while in Barcelona. We saw this sea of 100,000 people protesting for climate action. We felt hope and motivation, but at the same time, sadness, because we knew that the next day, we would all go home and nothing would be different. If we can get together 100,000 people and our best option is to make a cardboard sign, that is a glaring problem. Enter Climatize. We are the most transparent way to invest in climate projects. Start with $10, earn up to 10% annually. So far, we've raised over $2.3 million for solar projects that support frontline communities, and we launched back in May. Highlighting a couple of examples here, this is our first project. It was supporting low-income families access electricity at 10% less the rate. Meet Deborah. She is the founder of a family-owned farm, and now she can finally go solar. This is the mighty team behind Climatize. My co-founder and I connected during our EIT Energy Master's program, and we started Climatize as a university project. We are extremely proud of the culture that we've built and the talent that we've been able to attract. A little bit about myself as well. I'm a startup mentor, public speaker, and I hold the accolade of Forbes 30 Under 30 for social impact. My journey with EIT Energy, I connected with them during the energy transition camp, started my master's program, and I continued to work with them as an advisor for the Battle of Green Talents. Join me in rewriting the narrative of climate change, so that when the next generation asks, what did you do about climate change? You can be proud to say that I invested in our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very well-deserved finalist. Our next pitcher, our next finalist, comes from France. Please join me, Axel Rambaud. Here we go, and you will hear that ding when your time is up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Axel, and I'm representing MEL, a road safety NGO in Chile, and the EIT Urban Mobility. I would like to start with a question from the World Health Organization, which asks, what's more deadly than a car crash? And it might be surprising for some of you, but the answer was that if you're aged 5 to 29 years old, nothing is more dangerous. It's actually the first cause of death for children, teenagers, and young adults in the world, and every year 1.19 million people die on the world's road. I discovered these facts in 2018 in Chile, when Melody, my girlfriend, got killed by a reckless driver. With a family and friends, we created MEL, which will be Movement Against Lethal Speeding in English. And we've been working ever since to reduce fatalities and serious injury on the roads. Our first focus is speeding, because it's the first cause of death in road crashes in Chile, and globally it represents a third of the fatalities. We put in place a strategy. We wanted to reduce speed limits, improve enforcement, and increase sanctions. To do that, the first step was to join the battle to reduce speed limits in urban area from 60 to 50 kilometers per hour, which became law in August 2018. Then, we worked with the Ministry of Transport, the other NGOs, and the Commission on Road Safety to improve and get approval for a law project to create a national speed camera system in the country, which became law in April 2023. And finally, we advocated for stronger sanctions for high speeding, which became law in October 2022. In 2021, I joined the EIT Urban Mobility Master Program to improve my transport engineering skills. But there I met a great group of people, of students, which are passionate and also dedicated to making European roads more sustainable and safer. And this is needed because every year, more than 20,000 people still die on the European roads. To change that, I became a road safety guest lecturer for the EIT Urban Mobility Master Program, teaching the next generation. Then with the EIT Urban Mobility, we create content about road safety. And finally, I became a road safety study leader for the CEREMA, a French technical administration, and there I do recommendation to make French roads safer. I thank you for your time, and together we can stop road fatalities.
Thank you very much. Another fine example of the support EIT is giving to make a difference in the world through entrepreneurs and people who are passionate. Our next and the final finalist for this category comes from Egypt. Please welcome to the stage Mohamed El Amir.
Hi everyone. My name is Mohammed. I'm an entrepreneur driven by engineer and research, and I'm a co-founder of WOMI. I had the privilege to join EIT Label Masters and then Label Student Board, where we organized the first online startup day. And recently, after founding WOMI, I continued to support as a mentor to support young entrepreneurs learn and support throughout Label Startup Day last year. From ocean young leader to a change maker, I've always been fascinated about materials, and especially the sustainable alternative to plastics. I decided to confront these challenges, and throughout my master thesis research, I co-founded this company. You may already know or familiar with the problem of plastic waste, but what is the #1 suspect? A major contributor of this issue is the plastic foams. Only 1% is recycled, while the rest ends up as a waste. Imagine that 90% of all plastic debris in the ocean are styrofoam waste. I'm very excited to introduce you to WOMI. WOMI is a novel patented technology to produce a fully bio-based, 100% biodegradable foams. They are recyclable with cardboard. They are non-toxic that you could even eat it, and they are 250 times less carbon footprint. We can utilize wood-based fibers, agricultural waste, or recycled cardboard, and with a wet-to-dry continuous extrusion process, we are able to produce a WOMI biofoam sheets. Our main product is WOMI biofoam board, which is a drop-in replacement to the styrofoam, and with our proof of concept, we demonstrate to our customers how they can customize our product to best fit their items. WOMI stands out in the competition. It's the only bio-based foam that fits in all the sustainability criteria and can compete with the plastic foam's quality, which means that we offer a fully circular life cycle and that can benefit the whole supply chain in the EU and ensures that brands will get what they want for sustainability and quality. We constantly work with various customers from luxury to electronics and achieve highest end and quality and finishing. And we have a clear plan to scale our production. And for that, the next step is to build our first pilot factory. And then we are ready by 2028 to expand through licensing. And for that, now we are raising an A funding for a pilot factory that will enable us to achieve a commercial scale. We are 5 founders. We are based in Aalto University. We spun off in 2022. And we have a mix of design, engineering, and business. And we are determined to bring WOMI technology to the market. So I invite you to join our mission to transform the foam industry and replace harmful plastic foams. Now is our chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and the geek in me absolutely loves these new innovative breakthrough products. So, all 3 of our finalists, I'm sure, are waiting with bated breath to know who is the ultimate winner of this category. So, to pass on the baton, I am pleased to welcome a former award winner, Anna van der Bruggen. Anna, thank you so much for being here. Come on, Simply. And tell me, what did it... Yes, big round of applause, please. What did winning the award in the past mean to you? What can you tell our finalists to look out for?
I would say that winning the EIT Change Award last year, for 2022, has been true scientific recognition for my PhD work and also for graphite for sure. But it has been a great push for my career. And lastly, I would say that it makes me even more determined to push the boundary for lithium-ion battery recycling.
Okay, let's get the envelope, the all-important envelope, Anna. So come right center stage, and we will have a big drum roll, please.
So I'm really excited that the EIT Changemaker is Mohamed El Amir. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mohamed. How does that feel?
Wow. I'm just going to improvise. I'm very happy with this. This means a lot to me and to my team. I give big credits to the team of WOMI and everyone who've been supporting me, starting from my master's and through everyone in EIT Raw Materials, EIT. Yeah, thank you, everyone. And I hope to be up to this prize and yeah, to keep working on what I'm doing.
Very well done. Yeah. Award, photograph, please.
Big congratulations. Well done. Really, yeah.
Congratulations, and congratulations to the other finalists. Stay where you are for another few photographs. I'm sure those in the audience want to take photos as well. So, on to the second prize of tonight, and that is the Innovation Team Award. And the 3 finalists for the Innovation Team Award are Christian Bergqvist, Johannes Eigisberger, and Andreas Bittner. So we will start with our first picture coming from Sweden representing Altris. Christer, please give us your 3-minute pitch.
Tools of the trade. Tools of the trade, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Christer. I represent Altris, and I'm here to tell you about the next generation batteries ready for the market. Why do we need batteries? Simply put, for us to have any chance to maintain the 1.5-degree scenario of global heating, we need to deploy massive amounts of renewable energy, wind, solar. We need to do that every year 1,000 gigawatts up until 2030. More so, we need to find a way of doubling the capacity reaching the end consumer for that to happen. And we need to invest 600 billion US in addition. But there's a problem. Wind doesn't always blow, sun doesn't always shine. So you need to find a way of storing the capacity so it can be deployed when needed. That's where Altis comes in. We've developed a sodium-ion battery free from any conflict or scarce minerals, like in lithium-ion. We've completely disconnected that value chain from China, completing a regional European supply chain. And it's a safe battery that's easy to recycle, low in cost, high in performance. And we've done this for the leading green energy battery producer in the world, arguably Northvolt. In less than 2 years, we've taken it from concept, ready to commercialize, achieving 160 watt-hours per kilo in energy density, being the leading battery for energy storage. And we're also doing the same for Clarius, the leading low-voltage application, where we're looking to replace lead-acid batteries. This gives us access to a market that is going to increase by a factor of 16 from now until 2030, giving us a market capital of 600 billion US that we can go after. And the team that is doing this spans from 20 years in the industry of developing and producing batteries to being some of the founding team members at Northvolt, taking a cell to a system into a customer application. We're currently taking the next step on our journey, going from a startup into industrial scale production with our first pilot factory. We have a fantastic backing in our investor base, being Northvolt, Molindo, as well as then InnoEnergy. And we look forward to join you or join us on the journey towards making batteries truly sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Our next pitcher is Johannes from Ireland, who is going to tell us all about the project Biosimulytics. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Good. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Johannes, and I'm representing Biosimulytics today. We are building a quantum physics-based AI-powered platform which is designed to improve speed and success rate of drug development. One of the major hurdles in drug development is caused by polymorphism, which means that a molecule can have many interchangeable forms in solid state or crystal state. Selection and control of polymorphs is essential, as the crystal structure influences biochemical properties, manufacturing and shelf life stability of drug products. And 40% of drugs never make it to the market because of issues with polymorph control. The state of the art for polymorph screening is based on experimentation, and it's basically a trial and error guessing game, including several cycles of experimentation, which adds typically 2 or more years to the development process. Predictive technology in the form of crystal structure prediction software is assumed to be a change maker in the future. So crystal structure prediction solutions can map the entire polymorph landscape of a molecule, thus resulting in faster decision-making by lab scientists, meaning that new medication can get to the market faster. However, CSP solutions are still too slow, expensive, limited in scope, and inaccessible for most companies, in particularly small companies. Biosimulytics has developed a breakthrough solution based on AI neural networks and a patented algorithm for intelligent crystal structure search. That means that we can offer fast and sustainable solution for crystal structure prediction that we want to bring to the cloud for access by any company. So far, we have gained rapid traction, starting at the national level in Ireland, before scaling to Europe with EIT Digital and EIT Health, and now also backed by EIC Accelerator. We have all the pillars in place for rapid growth, from partners in technology and sales channels to pharma customers for the future. The market opportunity is massive for AI drug development, ranging from just over $5 billion with a growth rate of approximately 30% per year. This makes us very excited about the future prospect of our company. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. And our final pitcher for the Innovation Team Award from Germany, we are welcoming Andreas to tell us about High-Q Carb.
Thank you. So, hello everybody. My name is Andreas Bittner from Team High-Q Carb, and today I will give you a short introduction into the world's greenest carbons for improved battery performance. All batteries need carbon additives as conductive agents, but the problem is that the production of these carbons is associated with high CO2 emissions, and there's no European producer for advanced materials. Our High-Q Carb, high-quality carbons, are the solution for this problem, with 100% production in the European Union and clear, measurable benefits. Compared to our main Chinese competitor, our carbons increase conductivity by at least 33%, which means a significantly enhanced energy efficiency and battery power. Furthermore, they reduce the capacity loss after cycling by more than 50%, which means a strongly improved battery cycle life. And last but not least, their production is associated with up to 90% reduced greenhouse gas emissions. Our products consist of low carbon footprint, wet-beaded acetylene black, and bio-based ultra-thin carbon nanotubes. Both materials are patented and registered as the trademarks Printex and Gravistrength. In combination, they form a synergetic, better conductive network that further increases the battery performance and cost efficiency. Thanks to the support of the EIT raw materials, we have already installed 2 big production plants. The biggest one is the industrial plant of our partner Orion Engineered Carbons, with a capacity of more than 3,000 tons per year. This is supplemented by the pilot plant of our partner Arkema. Based on these activities, more than 10 jobs have been generated and more than 20 customers have been successfully supplied. First, long-term contracts are negotiated, and there are no limits for further market penetration. To reach all of this, we have a strong, highly motivated, and diverse team with complementary competences from industry, research, and education. And with our materials innovation, we are tackling some of the greatest ecological, economic, and social challenges, which are mitigation of climate change, renewable energy and green mobility, responsible use of resources, resilience of European industry, and economic growth. And you're all invited to be part of our green batteries revolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for those excellent pitches, giving us a little bit of insight into what makes a finalist. And now, from our award winners alumni, please welcome to the stage Bernard Adler. Bernard, tell us why teamwork is so important when it comes to winning these sorts of awards.
Yeah, I mean, behind
thank you for the
and behind every innovation, a great team is there, and of course, such an award is what you and the team work all the years, and yeah, such a moment and such an award is really what gives you a boost.
And has it been a roller coaster for you since you won?
Yeah, of course. You get a great visibility for investors, for the media, for funding agency and funding agencies and so on. So yeah, very good. But don't forget, life is not becoming easy. You have to work as hard as before.
Well, we set the bar high, and we could talk for a while longer and keep all of you in suspense, but perhaps we will wait now and have the envelope and have the grand drum roll.
The award for the innovation team goes to Altris AB.
So, surprised, shocked, happy?
Surprised, shocked, definitely happy. Like you said, this is a team effort, so I'm standing here representing the 40 strong individuals back in Sweden developing this fantastic innovation. So on behalf of Altris, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Bernard, my glamorous assistant, for all your help, and well done to all of our finalists. Our final category, before we get to the public award choice, is the EIT Venture Award. And our three finalists for this category are Manuel Lemos, Jean-Marc Perrat, and Tomás Beziak. So let's start with our first pitcher. Manuel, coming from Portugal, is going to tell us about N-Line.
Hello. My name is Manuel Lemos. I'm from Portugal. I'm civil engineer, co-founder, and CMO. That's so. Let's talk about software, but something that is essential is science, physics, and mathematics. In line, we developed a unique sensorless technology for energy assets, and we basically combine science with software and artificial intelligence. Let's explain it. First of all, we cover the entire energy cycle, from generation to transmission, distribution, and consumption. High voltage, medium voltage, not low voltage. Second, this is the first time that it's possible to implement digital twins in a sensorless approach. Means that no sensors, no drones, no fieldworks, everything is remote. And this is quite interesting now. And then we need to say that we have already sufficient data. We don't need more sensors. We just need to use the data that we have. Static data, historical data, real-time data, and even synthetic data from different sources. And of course, mathematics, physics, science. This is the big difference. We use science. This is how we impact our customers. These are proven track records. We are basically working with customers around the world. I will show later, but this is how we use the technology and how faster it is. No? We are in the entire life cycle, from the design and construction to the operation maintenance, and finally to the prediction and the full-oriented solutions. The market is huge. We know that transmission lines and renewables and energy consumption is the topic key, and we work in different energy areas. Here you can see we are currently global. We started in Portugal. We have offices in Germany, Peru, Brazil, and now in Boston, in São Paulo, in USA. Here you can see some logos of customers and the commitment that we have with the global goals. The team is multicultural, multidisciplinary. We have electrical engineers, AI engineers, physicians, mathematics, and we are currently near to 50 people in total. Everyone is remote, no office, even this is quite good. And we just closed the funding round with the seed round last December with InnoEnergy that is with us from the first day, and I really appreciate InnoEnergy support. It's really fantastic, together with Santander and La Caixa. It was 3.5 million euros. Thank you very much, and welcome to this revolution that we already started, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next pitcher, our next finalist in this category is Jean-Marc, who is going to tell us a little bit about something called InHeart.
Hi everyone, my name is Jean-Marc and I'm the CTO and founder of InHeart that provides cardiologists with an AI-based digital twin of the patient's heart to improve patient care. So chronic structural heart disease is a major burden for society. With 60 million asymptomatic patients, 20 million symptomatic patients, and 20% of human mortality. But unfortunately, these patients are poorly managed, especially the one at risk for sudden cardiac death. With a lack of early detection, 90% of them are missed. There is a lack of effective decision support tools for symptomatic patients. 60% of defibrillators are implanted without real need, and cardiac catheter ablation procedures are still with a high failure rate. So 40% of patients need to come back to the hospital for another intervention. So InHeart provides cardiologists with a personalized digital twin of the patient's heart with unprecedented key insights on the structural and electrical state of the cardiac muscle using artificial intelligence and physiological simulation. It helps to better diagnose, manage, and treat patients. We tap into a very large 6 billion euro addressable market for the chronic structural heart disease management that is growing at a double-digit pace. We already have our first digital twin solution for therapy support, commercialized in Europe and US, that helps cardiologists to better plan and guide their intervention. It makes them much simpler, much faster, and more effective. So it lasts 2 hours instead of 5 hours, with 20% additional success rate, and it helps to reduce cost for both hospitals and payers. We have currently more than 140 sites across Europe and US using the technology, and more than 5,000 patients have been treated so far. We have a very strong founding and leadership team made of key opinion leaders in cardiology, radiology, medical imaging, AI, and as well as serial entrepreneurs. So we've been supported by EIT since our inception in 2017, and we have a strong social impact by design. We reached over 1 million revenue last year, about to close a pre-Series A to reach break-even at the end of 2025, to raise a Series A and scale up the business with additional solution in prevention and screening. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. That's what I call timing. Now, our final pitcher, please put your hands together from Recatalyst in Slovenia. Put your hands together for Tomasz, please.
Hi, my name is Thomas. I'm co-founder and CEO of company Recatalyst, and we work on optimizing the use of precious metals for decarbonization of the energy and transport sectors. Today we know that with battery technology alone we can't achieve full transport decarbonization. So especially when we consider heavier applications and longer distances traveled, hydrogen fuel cells are becoming much more viable option. Now, how they work? By mixing hydrogen and oxygen from air, they create clean electricity, and the only side product is water. Within the heart of each fuel cell, we find the catalyst, which is needed for this reaction, and about half of it is made out of rare and expensive platinum. Over 80% of it can be only found in South Africa. Now, in high production volume of hydrogen fuel cells, catalyst presents over 40% of production costs. This, of course, creates an issue because fuel cells today contain 10 times more platinum if compared to the classic catalytic converters of internal combustion engine cars. Normally, the solution would be to bring the amount of platinum to a comparable level and making hydrogen fuel cells fully scalable. Yet, how to do it, we need to look at the science. Today, the industry is using traditional processes of producing catalysts, which creates imperfections in the form of empty areas or platinum agglomerates. They're not using platinum in the best possible way. With our patent-pending nanotech and scalable process, we can create near-perfect distribution of platinum alloy nanoparticles, having then very efficient catalysts with high electrochemical surface area. The value proposition is that by decreasing the amount of platinum for 40%, we decrease the production cost of fuel cells for 20%. So for a Hyundai that has a vision to produce over 500,000 fuel cell electric vehicle systems per year, with our catalyst, they can decrease the amount of needed platinum for 11 tons, or with other words, they can create over 300 million euros of cost reduction per year. We currently work with over 20 industrial clients from 5 out of G7 economies, and we launched a product in 2022 for validations, and we're now entering the pilot project and joint development agreements with an aim to reach industrialization by 2030 and having over 50 million euros of the revenues. The EIT timeline, well, we essentially incorporated our company in 2021 with the Jumpstart grant, and up to 2023, we were included in the EIT Accelerator, and we secured in June 2023 a seed round of 2.7 million euros that is now bringing us towards the Series A of up to 12 million euros for 5 key activities: pre-industrialization, strategic partnerships, having pilot production finalized, having a great product market fit, expanding the platform, and having also global expansion with further team growth. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much indeed. So, once again, our alumni, our veteran awardee, please welcome Catherine Schreiber. Big round of applause. Catherine, you've been here, standing on the stage, accepting the awards. Any advice that you would give to our finalists and the ultimate winner?
An advice to the finalists? Yeah, well, enjoy it. Actually enjoy this prize and really enjoy this recognition that you are all exceptional and your innovations are very well needed. So, yeah, and basically enjoy and continue your work. And probably one thing I personally care about, don't forget your own resilience and really take care of yourselves, because only when your well-being is guaranteed, you can continue with your startups and continue to change the world.
Well, thank you very much. Okay. And a drum roll.
And the Winter Award goes to N-Line. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Very well done. What does it mean to you?
A lot. We come from the corporate world, no, with relaxed lives and the salary at the end of the month. And when you jump to this new life where you are basically fighting every day, I just want to say that the team is the reason of everything. We will commemorate, I promise. I will go to Brazil because several of them are there. And in Portugal, I will commemorate with both. I just want to say that entrepreneurship is something that I feel that we need to push more in Europe. I think that there are lacks of promotion, and InnoEnergy was really the most important driver of this. Because of them, we are here today. And thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Thanks.
Congratulations.
Very well done. Thank you both very much. Thank you for the assistance. And we are now at the point of the all-important Public Choice Award. Now, as those of you in the room know, you've been able to vote today, but the award has been open for the public vote for about a week. People have been able to vote online and have been casting their thoughts, having viewed the short list of our finalists. So we've had almost 2,000 votes, so I won't reveal who the final three are. Instead, I'll invite onto the stage to join me to do that Sabrina Malpede. Please, you are very welcome. So, Sabrina, tell us overall what makes the EIT Awards so important, so special.
The EIT brand is very well known because it means that we have gone through due diligence, tough due diligence, also on our resilience on apart the technology, so on people and teams. So it's a very spendable brand. And also this award provides a lot of visibility in different countries. So you are the best, actually.
And what do you think is it that captures the public imagination for this particular public voting award?
Entrepreneur, I think the word just says a lot about who we are. People think that we are almost superheroes, which we are, and most of the days, because a lot of people just see the good days, not the bad days. But we are here because there are a lot of bad days, and we built that resilience, and so that is, I think, what really captures the imagination of a young generation more than anyone else I see.
Well, we are going to celebrate the good days today.
Yes, obviously.
So, shall we put them out of their misery?
Yes.
Okay, let's get the envelope. We're going to go with third place, then second place, and then finally first place.
I'm actually very honored to do that.
Great.
So the third place is to Recatalyst. Thank you. Very well done.
Photo, yes, no. Photo op moment has to be captured there. Very well done. Thank you.
So
I'll let you stay in the middle.
Yes. So the second place for it goes to Axel Rimbaud. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Very well done.
Well done. And let's have a drum roll for this, the final winner.
One.
Yes? Shall we get that drum roll? The Public Choice Award.
The first goes to HiQ Carbon. Very well done.
Important for us because it's given by all of you. Many thanks to all supporters, to all voters. You're the best. Many thanks. Many thanks.
Well, very well done to all the winners and all the nominees tonight. I think everyone in this room has probably been a winner for taking part and seeing these awards and seeing a glimpse of what the future holds and hopefully leaving us all with a great feeling of optimism. Thank you very much, Sabrina, and our veteran award winners for bringing their wisdom and expertise. With the awards over, I'm going to welcome back on stage my other glamorous assistant, Jeremy. Thank you very much.
It's been so much fun today, and I think I love the award ceremony because you also have that moment of tension, and you see the strength and depth and diversity, don't you, in the EIT community all around Europe, and that's always really fascinating.
It's great, and it's lovely to see previous winners coming back still filled with enthusiasm and still encouraging the next rung on the ladder as we climb towards all those goals that we want to achieve. That's pretty much it, ladies and gentlemen. We don't want to stand between you and the more networking opportunities and the cocktails. We have a little bit of housekeeping, Jeremy?
Yes, for those who need to get to the Gare du Midi train station, then we have, luckily, a bus which is laid on from 6 to 7 p.m. There'll be shuttle buses leaving from outside, taking you up to Gare du Midi if you don't fancy doing the walk yourself. It's not exactly the great long walk to building your startup into a unicorn, but it's not necessarily the nicest thing at the end of a day. So you can get the bus. It's great. And you can maybe have a nice chat on the bus too, that's the fun thing.
Always work those network opportunities,
yeah, exactly.
Jeremy. We know you're leaving with full minds and hopefully full hearts, but EIT is also giving everyone the gift of a tree planted in honor of every attendee here today. They're planted in Belgium, but you can find a QR code to go and locate your own particular tree and keep an eye on it. Just ask the hosts on your way out.
We even get a tree as well,
we get
I believe.
A tree.
So
yes.
That's exciting.
That's not to say we're dead.
I'm going to go and visit my tree.
All right. Well, thank you all very much. Can we have a big round of applause for everyone who took part today?
Thank you very much.
And if you're feeling energized, can I get you